and women become, women become sex dealers and men become sex addicts. Women become sluts and men become slut makers. It's not good. When you meet a woman, you should date without the sex. I know it. You're a sex maker?
Once in a while, I have been.
You're a slut maker.
Once in a while, I'm a little bit guilty on that.
I used to be one too in that farther state. I used to be a major slut maker.
All right, boyos. All right, boyos. Here we go.
Yeah, man. We are live. It's Thursday Night Reality Check with Pat Stedman. Pat, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, Tony. It's great to be back on again.
Yeah, man. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one. I want to introduce you as the world's foremost authority on hypergamy, and you are a rational man. I did not say male. I said a rational man because we all know a male is an immature man. So welcome, right. Pat Stedman. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, you know, also today, Tony, that women can identify as being male. So sometimes you see that
amazing. Yeah, tonight's going to be a good one. We're going to go super deep on this. Tonight's show is called Sex, Lies, Relationships, and Dating with a Purpose. And there's a reason why I say sex, lies, and relationships in that order. And I'll get into that in a minute. But dating with a purpose. I think when most people see dating with a purpose, what are you thinking? You're thinking relationship. There's something going on there, maybe a long-term marriage, that kind of thing. But dating with a purpose has more meanings. And this is the hook tonight. This is the hook. So I'm sure when people saw dating with a purpose, they're thinking, okay, you know, I'm dating to have basically a long-term relationship. But I think there's a lot more to it. And that's what I'm going to get into right now. First thing is of course, dating with a purpose would mean a long-term or a marriage, like I just said. The second thing is dating for sex only. I don't know if a lot of people would think about that, or a lot of people would admit that. Number three, dating for companionship. Okay. And companionship means, I guess you could have a sexual relationship also, but you're dating to have somebody that you enjoy being around. Also, dating for dollars, dating for money. And that can go both ways. That can go man or woman. Okay. I know a lot of people think that women just date for money. No, I think men can do it also. And then one more. And if you have any, let me know. We're talking basically dating with no sex. And that's kind of in a Christian context. So I don't know. I mean, there's Christian people that watch this. I understand that. I'm a Christian myself. So are you. But somebody, I guess, who we'll get into that one, but dating with no sex. So any that you can think of.
I think that's a pretty, you know, unless you want to get into some really like kinky stuff, I think that pretty much covers the fundamental categories. I mean, you could say people are dating, and I think actually this is more common than people would like to admit. People dating because they literally have nothing else to do with their lives, and dating is just how they distract themselves and pass the time. So they're kind of on autopilot, and they don't even really know what they're doing. So dating to forget, right? Dating to forget an ex. So it's not necessarily that they're moving towards something, but they're moving away from something. I think that you can see that phenomenon as well. But you know, we can go into some of the specifics of these different approaches. But one thing I want to mention, which is that regardless of sort of what your objective is, right? Regardless of you know, this one of the more standard ones, of course, is to get into a relationship. I think it's really important for people to get used to operating in paradoxical consciousness. I think paradoxical consciousness is a way that you can really get what you want faster and enjoy it better. So a lot of times when somebody, and you know, I have a lot of clients, and you know, a new guy comes in, he wants to go out and date so we can get into a relationship. It's like, okay, that's good, you know, cool, totally reasonable goal. It's good that you have that awareness that what you want is to be with someone. Although I will note that people will oftentimes tell themselves that they want a certain outcome when it's not actually what they want at that time, right? But we'll just put that aside for the second. What guys get really messed up in is that they become really, and this is very common for guys in particular, is that they get fixed on the outcome. So they believe like, okay, I want to get into a relationship. So then their interactions with women, everything is about trying to get into a relationship. And so what happens from that is that they put all this pressure on every girl they meet to give them this outcome. And so rather than, so I always try to put it like, what you want is you want connection. So let's move it down for a second. We keep this awareness in the distance that, yeah, the goal here is fundamentally to get into a relationship. So we're not going to get involved in superficial things, but focus on what's in front of you, right? You need to first establish attraction with women. You need to first be able to connect with women. And then once you're doing that, then, you know, you're screening more for the kind of women that you want, the qualities you want. And then you're seeing, okay, does this have legs? Is this going to move forward? So you constrain yourself by, you know, in some behavior based on your objectives, but fundamentally you're in the present. And this is what I mean by this paradoxical consciousness, which is that you want a relationship, but you're not trying to force a relationship. You're allowing it to unfold moment to moment. And then if you're going to get to a point sooner than later with a girl where you realize that, hey, we actually really have a connection. This is going to move forward, or you don't. So,
yeah, like we talked backstage. We were talking backstage for a few minutes, and we were talking about energy and connection. And I think all these basic dating with a purpose that I came up with here, I think all of those are better with a connection and good energy. And you're the first one, like I said, that I really, really understood what energy was. Not that I didn't have it before, but I think as men and women, we need to understand that, because I think men and women can push away somebody that you actually have good energy with and a good connection with because you don't understand it.
mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
so that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and I'll give an example. I mean, I remember this one guy. I mean, he really had it all on paper. Like, he was an attractive guy. He had a good job, and you know, he had a pretty solid understanding of game. You know, he knew how to attract women, and it's not like he had no pipeline or anything like that. But what would consistently happen is that after he started dating a girl, a few dates in, those girls would start to inexplicably pull back, right? And he was getting really frustrated by this, really demoralized by it. The reality, though, of course, was that he was trying to make those girls into, like, those girls were getting this subtle pressure that you need to complete my dream and make me happy. You need to commit to me and never leave me, because that's the contract that I have. And the girl's there and she's like, this looks like a pretty, you know, good deal. And then she's reading the fine print. She's like, you know, I'm not sure if I really want to carry all this guy's emotional needs. She may not even really know how she may not even be able to communicate that, though. She doesn't know exactly consciously what's going on, but she feels it, this subtle pressure that he's constantly putting on things. It's not like overt nice guy needy stuff. It's just this subtle pressure, like, this one's going to be it, isn't it? This one's going to be it. And of course, the result is that, you know, they'd always slip through his fingers. It's very frustrating to deal with. And he had to.
Would you say that the attraction is there and he blew it because of his social skills, basically?
I wouldn't say he blew it because of his social skills. It's
his neediness.
It was a neediness, yeah, but it was a buried neediness. You know, it wasn't like it was coming out in any sort of overt way. He was going quite far with these women before they started to really feel, you know, before it started to become a problem for them. And by the way, this is something that really commonly happens with women. I mean, this is a whole separate topic, but I think it's interesting just to mention for a moment that a lot of this whole thing with, like, you know, the beta male, I'm actually I'll talk about this actually. This is something that's I haven't talked a ton about. I'm talking about it a little bit more recently, and it deconstructs a lot of assumptions that are in the red pill community. And one of these big assumptions is that a lot of the reason for, you know, in the majority of relationships, marriages, where things aren't going so well, where, you know, sex is diminished, there's fights, etc. The issue isn't stuff like, oh, the guy's not alpha enough. It's actually that the guy, the man, the woman are not connected anymore. They're disconnected, and the woman's frustrated at that. And a good heuristic is that if there's an issue with desire in a relationship, what you're going to see is a high intensity of fights and drama. If there is desire in a relationship, but there's no comfort, you're going to see a high incidence of fights and drama. If there's high comfort but no desire, you're going to see indifference on the part of the woman, and she's going to be pulling away from it. And so while, of course, there's a solid percentage, at least a quarter, maybe a third of relationships that fall into that category where the woman really isn't interested, and the guy's got to go through, you know, the hardcore red pilling, dread game, maybe kind of stuff. Has to get those, you know, those shock plugs and everything, and jumpstart the relationship. That is less common than people realize. A lot of it, the woman is attracted to the guy, and just over the years, misunderstandings, and maybe he's too focused on work or whatever, they just start to you know, disconnect from each other. And actually in those relationships, doing dread to any sort of significant degree and doing a lot of that stuff will actually fuck up the relationship pretty badly, because it just further disconnects the two parties. Obviously not saying it's ever bad for you to get more attractive. It's usually like a surgery. And, you know, like if you have diabetes, for instance, you know, you could say, okay, you have a problem with the liver or pancreas, but that creates problems and stress on the heart and the kidneys. So it's never just one thing, right? But you might say that the primary focal cause is something different, and that if you only focus on one area, you're not dealing with the core problem. Okay, so the point of all that stuff, and why I'm talking about it, is that guys, a lot of these dead bedroom marriages, the ones that suck from the beginning, the guys that do have serious desire issues and their wives cheat on them or leave them, or they get divorce raped, in those situations, the woman committed to them, went after them, because that woman was checking a box. That woman said, you know, I just need to get married. I need to find somebody. Maybe she had gone through a bad breakup with, you know, the alpha fucks, right? Or whatever. It's that time. And she decides that she's trying to go find some guy. This is the classic red pill sort of story arc. But the point I want to emphasize here is that these women were doing the same stuff that we were talking about here, that men are often doing, is that they're focused on the outcome, and they're not thinking about, you know, they're not actually really enjoying much of the process. They're being very expedient. Like, I'm going to love bomb this guy. I'm going to get him. And then they get him and they're like, I don't know if I really want him. Well, maybe if we get married, it'll be better. And they get married. It's like, okay, well, maybe if we have kids, it'll be better. And they have kids. And it's like, I have no interest in this guy. Never had any interest in this guy. And a lot of the guys in this community get super pissed off about this and they feel really betrayed. But the reality is that the entire relationship was a lie, but you are complicit in the lie. Both of you were fantasizing about each other, and there wasn't something real there. And if you had approached the relationship in much less of like an outcome dependent manner, then you wouldn't have skipped all those steps in the connection. So that's
kind of what you're saying is like when people will say, okay, we're going to have a baby, that will bring us closer together, that kind of thing.
I mean, it's such a funny thing that people even think that's going to be the case. I mean, look, okay, actually, you know what? Let me take that back. Having a baby will bring you closer together with a woman if you were already close to her and connected to her, because then you just gave another piece to that, like your connection just got deeper because now you're building something, literally building something together. If your relationship is disconnected and you throw a baby into the picture, what it does is it creates another vector for resentment. What it does. It doesn't. Yeah. It's I
like how you said that, though, that if there was no original connection or real original desire, that it's not going to bring you. But I think people think that it will.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. Well, they hope it will, because everything is this constant, you look at, like, I'm making all these tangential analogies, but you look at people today, it's like, give me a pill and I'll feel better. It's like people are looking for solutions outside of themselves to get there. Like, for instance, I knew with my marriage when we were having some problems, and there was like a piece I could tell, there was this piece that wasn't there yet between the two of us. There was like this fundamental misunderstanding. And I knew it's like, this piece is either going to get put together or we're going to divorce. And in my mind, as I was kind of doing stuff myself and coming through this, I'm like, we're either going to, like, I can't move forward and have kids until this piece is there. Because I knew that from there was going to be resentment, there was going to be problems. And it was amazing. Like, I swear it was like fork in the road. And then we got there. And then within a month of that, I was like, yeah, now we're on the same page. It's not like the relationship was perfect, but we had synced in some really key way. And then after that, I'm like, yeah, we can have kids now.
Can I ask you a question, though? I think one of the issues with men and women is we don't look inward, we look outward. Would that be kind of what you're saying?
Oh, 100%. I mean, like, if I'll just make a very direct statement. If you're not a self-aware individual, you're never going to have a good relationship. That's just the reality. You're never going to have a good relationship. Or what your bar is for good is not so good as by my bar. That's at least my perspective on it.
Yeah. Let me recognize the chat. We got a lot of people in here tonight real quick. Dark Blade, good to see you. Ojit, good to see you, brother. Yeah, it's geez, I don't even know if I probably mess his name up, but Machi, good to see you. Self-made. Yeah, my mods. I got the best mods on YouTube, man. Uncle Gun, Self-Mades, Primal, all these guys are great. I don't want to miss anybody. Celine, good to see you. I know Celine's a regular on your streams. I know.
Yep. Yep.
Nixon Talks. Everybody, check out Nixon Talks channel. He's an Australian DJ. But really, he knows that joke. But check him out, man. It's a great channel. It's actually one of my most newest favorite channels. Great channel, man. Good guy. A lot of good stuff. Who else do we got in here? Timmy Kramer, good to see you, bro, man. Anthony Dream Johnson, good to see you, brother. Absolutely. I don't want to miss anybody here. A lot of people in here. But yeah, if you're new here, say hi in the chat for sure. Hold the truth hostage, of course. My brother, good to see you. Love you, man. The Tip Network, I think I'm saying that right. THPP, good to see you, man. We're going to open up the stream here after a while. Of course, yes. We have to recognize.
Little Woody Johnson.
Yeah, Woody Johnson. But if I missed you in the chat, man, say hi. We got Seth Seth, good to see you. I just saw you jump in there. So yeah, JP Hives, did I miss you? I don't know if I saw you in there. Emmanuel Godson. Yeah, my Mega, my Make Ireland Great Again. My brother from Ireland. Good to see you. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, a lot of people here tonight. This is awesome.
Good crew.
But,
Really good crew.
yeah, great to have everybody, man. This is going to get fun. We're just starting, man. We're going to get deep. So let's start with the first one. Let's start with, and there's a reason why I say sex, lies, relationships. And I'm going to get into that, not quite yet. So we're going to wait on that. But dating with a purpose. How do you date with a purpose for a long-term relationship or marriage?
So, okay. So a lot of this comes down to, you mentioned some of the kind of Christian group, and I don't want to get sidetracked on that specific niche, but you have to sort of assess for yourself, what are your, when you say you're looking for a serious relationship, what does that entail in the process of dating? There are some people who that entails dating, but it doesn't entail sex, right? And so what that's going to mean is that they're probably going to go on maybe as many as 3 dates, and then there's going to be more, if they're really more serious about it, there's going to be more focus on values, most likely, than other groups. Right now,
let me put a little something in this. Now, if you're dating for a long-term relationship, you should know that you have a connection at the beginning, correct?
I think so. I think so. I mean, look, there are still some people out there who argue that, they like having things done more via heavy community pressure. I'm just not really a fan of that. Yeah, I obviously there's exceptions. There's some great relationships born out of that stuff. In my observation, they tend to be more exceptions than the rule. I think we're at the stage of human development where you need to really feel a strong connection. You need to have some romantic connection with the girl in order to consider moving on to a marriage with her. And I don't think that's personally anything that you should settle on ever. And look, for me, this is the kind of way that I look at it. And it's really reverse engineered. I mean, I just look at what guys do. The first thing is looks. I mean, now this whole thing, a lot of guys will say you got to have a 9 or a 10. A lot of that's ego. A lot of that is some element where the guy actually will avoid ever getting close to somebody because they'll say that, oh, well, she's not hot enough. She's not hot enough. And then what actually happens is that, so they don't get close to any other girls. They usually don't even do anything with them. They won't get close to them. But if they do happen to meet a girl that they consider above that threshold, then they're completely emotionally out of control. They have no emotional regulation whatsoever. They don't just have like a healthy sense of nervousness. She's on a super pedestal and everything gets blown up and they get butt hurt. And then it goes back to the whole, I'm not, girls suck. And, you got to go to, it just creates the whole like new barrier, the new wall. But looks are a threshold.
Let me ask you a question. I think that's one of the faults of the I'll call it the red Rolo pill, is that guys are reaching beyond where they can go. And it's not true that you can always get something out of your range, out of your class, out of your league. And a lot of guys don't want to hear that. I think it's okay to like looks match, we call it, match with somebody. I think that's where the red pill, or I don't even like calling it the red pill. We'll call it the Rolo pill, has failed men.
I think you're being realistic about it. I will say that guys have a much wider range of tools to accomplish their goals than women do. So, looks matter for both sexes.
Mhm.
Obviously, I think one of the funniest things of the PUA marketing is how it convinced guys that looks don't matter to women. That was such a hilarious.
I think Lucario, Mr. Lucario, is putting a book out that the name of it, I believe, is "Looks Don't Matter."
It's just the same shit repackaged.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually admit that there was a series of years when I was first starting off with this that I had fallen for it. I mean, the PUA marketing is it's like, you know, it's kind of meta. It's much more geared towards men, and it really plays to male egos about, oh well, you know, doesn't matter, I'm morbidly obese, you know, I'm 45, morbidly obese, and live with my mom, and you know, never kissed a girl, but now that I use, you know, gambler's method, now I'm suddenly able to pick up tens at the club, no problem, you know, all this kind of stuff, and they put that out there. Look, but I'm not in the camp also that looks only matter. I don't
Mhm.
like I know I've seen it multiple times. Guys with none of the looks on paper and would get slaughtered in most cases on online dating, for instance, for that reason. But just crush it in real life. Crush it. They've got the energy, they've got the game, they got the attitude, and like beautiful women eat it up. So as a man, you do have a lot more tools in your toolkit. I think that what you're saying, though, Tony, is practically speaking true for most men. I think there is a level of realism that you probably should have, but I also don't want guys to be defeatist. You can do so much to change your life as a man because there's so many variables. Like if you're not very tall, there's so many other things that you can compensate for that trait with. Whereas for women, you know, they don't have as many. Like if a woman is unattractive, she's really in rough shape. She can be super sweet and feminine, and that'll help her, but it's still like she's still only getting, that's like given 20% of the 80%, right? 20% of the 100, and looks are the other 80%. Anthony, dick pic looks matter. Yeah, well, it's true. You know, maybe that matters too. So what was I saying here before what was I talking about? Where was I going to go with this?
Well,
The looks. Look, okay, I got it. Looks as a threshold.
Mhm.
But here's the thing: there is a threshold for guys. In my scale, and some guys disagree with this. Some guys will say it's 8. In my scale, I think the threshold level's 7.
Okay.
So I think if a girl hits 7 on the guy's scale, then she crossed that threshold.
I like how you put that, though, on the guy's scale, like
Yes.
his personal scale. I think that's something we have to, as men, we have to understand. My 7, my 8, my 9 is not the same as the next guy's.
100%.
That's a fault of the Rolo pill, I think.
100%. I mean, look, there's some level of objectivity. You know, you can tell, okay, this, you know, Emily Ratajkowski, okay, she's an attractive woman. And if you don't think that she's an attractive woman, there's probably something wrong with you. But some guys are not going to think that she's a 10.
Mhm.
They might think that she's a 7, right? I think that you can get as wide as a 3-point, you know, maybe it's bigger, but it is subjective fundamentally, but there is usually some broad level of consensus. But every guy also has his type, right? So, you know, I've always liked tall, thin girls. And so girls who are tall and thin always get bumped up for me. I was never much curvy. A lot of guys are into curvy girls. They don't like tall, thin girls. So, I mean, we have totally different sort of preferences in that sense. And so while there's going to be some acknowledgement like, oh yeah, on both sides, this one's going to be attractive, this one's not going to be attractive, right? You know, I can acknowledge that this girl's attractive to guys who like this type, and I can acknowledge, you know, whatever, back and forth. But yeah, to your point, there's a threshold, right? There's this threshold. And once that threshold is met, any additional looks are right up the score. And what happens is that once a girl trips that threshold level, then the guy starts to look at other things unconsciously. And that's when Connection starts to matter a lot. What's the personality chemistry between the two group? The man, the woman. What is, what's the sex like? And then what are the values like? And all these things starts to come into the picture. If that threshold isn't met, none of that stuff matters. And that's the issue, right? And it's sad. 6 is the loneliest number. It's the
Does now, can we flip this? Does this go both ways? Would you say men
Sure.
and
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. I think so. Yeah. But like I said, guys theoretically have a lot more to play with than women do. Like if women have, for women, so much of it is looks. And then after that, you have these other things that matter. But on the front end for women, they've really got their femininity and their looks. And looks make up, 75% of that, 80% of it. And then the femininity is going to be 20, 30, maybe something like that. How she moves, her sort of gracefulness, etc. She could have a certain flow to her, and that can compensate a little bit from the looks, but not that much, unfortunately, not that much. And then after that, the other things that girls always talk about mattering, like the personality, etc. That stuff then matters a lot. And my contention is that a guy who has a 7, who he has great personality, sexual connection with, they have shared values, and then there's a 9, and they kind of get along, but there's some other things. He's going to prefer the 7 to the 9 because the threshold's been met. The 9's extra looks, that little extra bonus, he might have like I got to give up this, pussy, right? But he will do it. He probably will do it because it's not going to be worth it. He'd prefer to be with the 7. And really, at the end of the day, all that matters is that she is appealing enough to him physically that he wants to be sleeping with her, right?
But okay, but I know you talk about the integrated man, integrated woman. Wouldn't that be the integrated man that would pick up on that?
That would pick up on the
difference between being with that 9 or that 7.
Well, I don't think a guy needs to be. I mean, so a guy who is very low consciousness, he may choose the 9 just simply because of what he perceives as external social pressures, and because he wants to have the status of it, and that could very well occur. I would say, though, in the context that I usually use an integrated man, most guys, when faced with these 2 women, the mismatch in connection anyway tends to become an issue over time. Like that. Okay, let me put it this way. If the guy had maybe never had a really attractive woman before, it's possible that he would, and he didn't have experience, and he was sort of in this lower state of consciousness. I would actually agree with you. He might make that mistake and he would regret it later on. But I don't think that the threshold is something internal. Like, it's very different from, like, that's a question of wisdom. I get a lot of questions from guys about, oh, like, this girl, she's so perfect, she's so sweet, we have the same values, I really feel blah 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 about her, but I'm just not really that into her. These situations are usually not what we were just talking about. That's when the girl's like a 6, and 6 is just this brutal, it's the bang zone, right? It's where you're attracted enough to a girl to hook up with her. You're not embarrassed to be seen with her, but there's just it's just not enough, right? It's just not quite enough.
Not quite a moped, we call it, right?
Yeah, it's just not quite enough that you really
want to ride, but you don't want your friends to see you riding it.
Well, yeah, look, honestly, I would say that's more like a 5 for me. I would say it's a 5. 6, you don't care if you're, but it's just that you don't want to be seen as her boyfriend. You know what I mean? you don't, it's not that you're embarrassed if you were to go out together and
Mhm.
but you wouldn't want it to be like, I'm committing to this girl, this is the one, right? There's just a resistance there. It's it's a crappy situation. That's different. And that's guys who will try to guilt trip themselves into being with a girl that they don't really want to be with. And usually that whole dynamic is a product of low self-esteem. So actually, let's bring it full circle and, you know, follow up. But the guy trying to force himself to be with the 6, that's a product of low self-esteem. The guy jumping to the 9 instead of that 7 that had all those other variables, right? That's also low self-esteem, because then he took a girl that he had less connection with and he knew it, but the validation of her being more beautiful was more important to him at that moment than having the connection. I actually had a call with a new client the other day, and there was a similar dynamic of that. You know, lost a really good girl to chase this girl who was like a bombshell, and didn't work out very well.
I want to tell everybody in the chat, we're still in the context of dating with a purpose for a long-term relationship or marriage. So we're still in that context. So I don't want to confuse anybody yet. So we're in that context. We're going to change it up here shortly. So, but any other input on that? Because I think that's pretty deep on the whole long-term relationship marriage. Let's move into dating.
I'll just say this real quick. The only thing I would add is that if you're looking for long-term relationship, like marriage, the values stuff is just really important. And you can actually have a girl, you have, you know, she's attractive, you have a great connection, great sex, but you don't have the values. That will blow up any kind of long-term relationship prospect. So that variable is I would say the most important difference between these, because if there's no fundamental compatibility, it's just not going to work.
Ojit has a cool question here, man. I like this question. You tell me. Let's hit that one.
I have seen guys with otherweight, hoes, I guess. Oh, girls. Does that mean that they had low self-esteem? So look, putting aside the possibility that they like women who are extra curvy, I don't know how overweight we're talking about here. Fundamentally, yeah, I would say that. That's right. That's right. Now, you could be in a relationship, you know, a lot of times people with similar sort of emotional issues are in a relationship together, right? So one of these guys could be overweight himself, and he could be with a girl who's overweight, and they've both gotten kind of overweight together over time. And so that's some low self-esteem stuff on both side of the, you know, on both sides. And they could grow together through that. They could both get in shape together. And, you know, it's really the guy's job to do that. But if you have a guy who's like fit and he's with a girl and the girl puts on weight and then he just kind of deals with it, yeah, that's low self-esteem. There's like no question that's low self-esteem, because he doesn't feel like he can say anything about it. He can do anything about it. And very often, you know, these are these situations where the guy stays with the girl out of guilt, because guilt works on people who have low self-esteem.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have low self-esteem, then you feel like, well, maybe I'm a bad person. Maybe I do bad things. Maybe I don't deserve to have what I want. And so when somebody says, hey, put aside your needs, you can't leave me, even though that's what you want to do, doesn't have to be even spoken. That's just the implication. Then they don't do it, and they feel bad. And that's why nice guys will have this savior complex,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like they can't actually get their needs met because they're constantly trying to meet other people's needs, which of course then makes them all resentful and frustrated and unhappy because they're not getting their needs met.
All right. Well, I want to jump right into then, because we're in relationship, long-term, and marriage. Let's go right into the religious context real quick, like dating with no sex.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's talk about that. That's a tough one, man. I don't care if you're Christian, Muslim, whatever. And I'm going to just throw it out there. I don't know much about other religions, but, you know, Christian marriage, of course, doesn't recommend sex before marriage. I would imagine if you're Muslim or Hindu or Jewish, or I would say all religions frown upon that. Am I correct?
Not the Satanists, probably, but all the other ones, probably. I think so. Yeah.
Ones. Just kidding.
So this is my perspective on that kind of more conservative, whether it's Christian, Muslim, whatever faith kind of marriage. I respect it. Look, from my experience, not treating sex like a sacred act, in my experience, having it as a sacred act, I believe it is a sacred act. And while I'm not a purist in terms of that it has to happen in a marriage, what I will say is that the further removed it is from the marriage, the less pure it is. Let's put it that way. You know, by the end of my time dating, I was doing a lot of what you do, actually. I believe, Tony, with, you know, tier 2 kind of dynamics where, you know, you're very honest and you date women that you only have a connection with.
Absolutely.
Right?
It's funny too, because, you know, one of the things in my notes here is be truthful. That's my opinion about what you're getting into. And I'll get into that a little bit later.
Yeah. And in those things, it's kind of like you never have an act with a woman who you didn't feel a connection with.
Absolutely.
And I think that's an important line to have right now. But what my issue with a lot of the conservative community is that, and I know Anthony would love this. I don't know if he's still around here, but this is the kind of shit that he really demands. And I think it's important for Christians to hear it and other groups to hear it, which is to not be hypocrites. And if you really believe something, to stick with it. The stupidest thing I've seen in the Christian community, and I'm just focused on Christians just because, you know, it's what I'm most familiar with, but you have people who are saving themselves for marriage, but are having like 5-year engagements, you know, for 5 years before they get married. Look, you know, at the time of these laws around sex and marriage, first off, you know, Jesus's time, you were getting married in your early teens. But second off, even if you just want to put that aside and go to a more recent historical context where we're really talking about, you know, from the late 1800s, we're talking about if you were a woman, 16 to 24 is sort of your prime marriage range. And men, maybe that's going to be closer to 20 to 28, right? That you should be getting married in a short amount of time. So one of the things that I always respected very much about Tanner and his wife, Brickley, is that they met each other. It was, I think, 2 weeks of dating, and then they got engaged. They got, I don't remember the exact numbers, but they got married really fast.
Yeah, let's clarify that. They're Mormon faith.
They're Mormons. Yeah. They're Mormons. But, you know, and look, I think theirs was extremely fast, but I think they knew, you know, fair enough. Most people, frankly, if you're being honest, they know pretty early on. I think that if you're a Christian and you meet a girl, there should be a 3 to 6 month courtship and a 3 to 6 month engagement. And you should be married within 6 to 12 months of meeting. Absolutely never longer than 2 years. To me, if you are saving yourself for marriage and you're waiting more than 2 years to get married, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. And you're not operating in any sort of reasonable historical context. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And I can tell you, as somebody who deals with sexual energy, it is not healthy for two people to be in a stage like that and not get together. The energy changes. You waste a precious initial period, which is really important for setting the connection and foundation. And you can say what you want, but sex matters. And what you have is all sorts of weird, distorted crap as a result, because it all gets buried underground. And then you have Catholic girls doing anal or cheating really quickly right afterwards. This is a common thing. Michael Foster talks about it. Some horrendous shit that goes on in these communities because of the massive repression. You're supposed to be having sex, and you're supposed to be having it a lot. Now, if you want to wait till marriage to have sex, more power to you, massive respect, but be decisive. Okay. You go out and you date with a purpose. You meet a girl, you and the girl sync up, you have the connection, you have the same values. Boom, do it. Pull the trigger. You don't have time to go around and wait and, well, I, want to see, I got to go through college first and I got to get my, first job. It's like they're splitting their legs in one world versus another. They're in the modern world going through all the modern things, but without any, sex before marriage. It's stupid. I'll say it directly. It's stupid. I respect Christians who pull the trigger really fast because it makes sense. So.
Yeah, no, I like that. I do. I like that because I think that's you really put that well. You really did. And I think I'm going to guess and say that's biblical also. I think like dangling a carrot in front of somebody for like years is just ridiculous.
I'm a big Tolstoy fan. So a lot of in Dostoevsky. So, I read a lot of Russian literature and I'm familiar with, of course, other countries and the dynamics, but I'm very familiar with upper class Russia in the 1800s. And yeah, you would never have, like, it was expected that you would have a marriage within that time period. If you had started a courtship with a girl and there wasn't an engagement by 6 months, that was considered to be actually manipulative at that time period. You should have pulled the trigger by that point. And after that, the engagement should really be short. In War and Peace, when one of the engagements goes on for like a year, it's because he frankly had to go to battle, so it was a little bit more reasonable. But there are other reasons. Whatever. The point is that it was a problem that it was taking so long. You're supposed to get short courtship, even shorter engagement, marriage. It's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah. My personal experience of like going to public school and going to a private Christian school, actually, is that I think the Christian girls were more repressed. In other words, when you tell a younger girl, you don't do that, well, that's what they wanted to do. That was just a fact.
It splits. And so what you have is that, and I'll pick on the Catholics a little bit, even though I love the Catholics. But I'm pick them on a little bit, though, because the church in its doctrine focuses exceptionally on this. Literally the Madonna whore. You have the Virgin Mary, and then, Mary Magdalene's kind of been removed from the picture. And so you have this situation where women are really compartmentalized with themselves. And so what you have is half or so of the Catholic girls are, really, really pull themselves towards the Virgin. They're, they try to be good girls. They won't do anything. Of course, they bury a lot of crap sexually that might leak out later, but they try to be really good. And then you have the other set, which just, as you say, Tony, just completely rebels against it, are some of the, frankly, the filthiest girls out there. It's it just shows that you have to approach. What's that?
Can confirm.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. It's a clinical experience. You have to approach human sexuality with nuance. You don't want a woman to be promiscuous, because promiscuity for a woman is self-abuse. And it's important to bring women up understanding that. But if you have them shame their impulses at the same time, then you end up only amplifying those impulses. It's very important for people to understand that the unconscious is filled with all sorts of bizarre, disgusting things that crop up, and that the worst thing you can do is assign too much importance to them, because that creates shame. And then that shame creates the distorted behavior. And that's what we have today in society, right? Everybody is extremely shamed. And yet, so now they become shameless to a degenerate degree. It's just, it's not healthy. Let's put it that way.
Well, I'm going to go right now, since we talked about long-term, we dove into, we'll say, religious context. I'm going to go the complete opposite end right now, which is, I'm sure a lot of the guys in the chat are going to love this, but there are people that do this, men and women, and just dating for sex only.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we had talked backstage, and to me, like I said, I mean, even if it is a casual encounter, I don't even know if I like that term, but if it is, say, even a one-time thing or somebody you just met, the connection and the energy makes it 10 times better.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, connection and energy is it's everything. It's everything. I mean, regardless of what you want to build on with it. Some people, though, some situations have a certain energy to them. And so a man and a woman might borrow from the energy of an environment, of a shared experience, that for that night makes the connection more electric. But then the next morning you're like, who's this person? It's kind of like you're both in an altered state during that night, and then you both return to baseline and you're a little less connected. And often there's some substances involved that influences that. They're not always. So if you're dating just for sex, if you're just dating for hookups, it's important to be aggressive and direct in that department. You don't want to your main intention is actually to push away. And this is actually true with all this stuff. You always want to be qualifying and pushing away women who aren't in your objectives. But it's especially important if you're looking just for sex, because you don't have time for longer sales cycles under most circumstances. There's different ways you can play this game. But speaking, like guys who are doing cold approach pickup, or guys who are on apps or whatever, you don't want to beat around the bush. You want to make your intentions clear after the initial banter. You're not trying to take this girl on a date, or you're not trying to take her out on more than one date. And the subtext always, if it's not expressly communicated, the subtext should be there.
This is where I'm going to jump into the lie part, okay? Because again, the title is Sex, Lies, Relationships. Because I think a lot of men and women will lie to have that sex, period.
Well, I would like to actually hear what you say about the women. Men certainly lie about that, or at least deceive. And the difference there being that they don't expressly state that they are looking for that they're not looking for a relationship, or that they're looking for a relationship, but they might lead a girl on to believe it's a possibility that's going to happen. And sometimes they'll even say like, oh, I'm not, I keep my I'm open-minded, I might, like, I could get into a relationship, but I'm just not trying to force anything. I'm just trying to see what happens if the connection's right. That's an easy cop out. And that's less of a sin, so to speak, because it isn't a lie, and it's not necessarily heavily deceptive. But if you're out trying to, if you love bomb, for instance, a girl, take her out to a nice place and, give her a certain impression, and then you have sex and you disappear, that's pretty scummy. It's a pretty scummy move. I'm sure women do the same thing, although in my experience, and I've been used myself, not reading the signs and the difference, that she was looking for expedient sex and nothing else that happened to me in the past. They don't usually, I don't think I've ever had a woman say that she's looking for a relationship and then just have sex and disappear. It's usually more that they get frustrated that you don't get it, that they're in it for sex.
Love that, man. That's deep right there. Yeah, I like that.
Because one of the things that, and I think this is a programming of a lot of even game stuff, is that there's a sense that, okay, well, if a girl's attracted to me, then she's attracted to me. And therefore, since I have this attraction, I can then move the interaction in certain directions. So, you know, they might expect a longer sales cycle when she wants a short close, or, you know, they think that the attraction that she's experiencing for him in that situation is intrinsic, that she's now hooked because it happened, which is not true. So not true. Women are very, very situational with their attraction. I would actually say they're more situational, much more situational with their attraction. They're more capricious with their attraction than men. They might be out for the night, and on that night, they decide that they want to have sex, consciously or unconsciously. They're open to it. And if you're, you know, if you're there, if you're the open guy at that moment, then they're going to go towards you, and they're going to be super flirtatious. They're going to do all sorts of stuff to kind of amp up your own masculinity and your own advances on them. And guys who don't have experience with it will let that get to their head, and they think, wow, this girl's really interested in me. I'll get her number. She doesn't want your fucking number. She doesn't care about that stuff. She wants you to hook up with her. And maybe even if she doesn't want full sex, she still wants you to be that fun for the night. And then after the night's over, that energy is gone. Her interest is out of there. And actually, the guys who are very good at picking up women are not actually very good at picking up women. They're very good on being able to tell what women are looking for that experience. And they know how to be that guy for that experience. And that's why they get laid more often. It's really just knowing which leads are a waste of time.
Yeah, that's deep, man. I love that. You know, now I'm gonna hit you with the I'll call it the atomic question. Can a lie be genuine? Okay, whether it's a man or a woman, and now hoping for a future. Okay, lying to keep somebody. Now, men and women. Okay, in other words, can the lie be genuine? You're going to basically project your lie onto somebody in a hopes that that will happen, if that makes sense.
Can you give me an example of it, just so I make sure I'm it correctly?
Let's say you meet somebody and you know it's not working, okay? But you're going to lie. You're going to tell white lies. You're going to tell them something about themselves that you think they want to hear in the hopes of a relationship. That's why I say, can a lie be genuine? You're saying this because it's something that you want, or you're trying to see in the future. In other words, you're trying to what's the word I'm looking for? You're trying to, you know, basically pump them up.
Yeah, I understand. I think it's that, you know, is a lie necessarily mean-spirited or bad intention?
That's
and no, I don't think it always is. I mean, that's the idea of a white lie, right? Like, you know, if you're breaking up with a girl and you don't find her physically attractive, and you're breaking up with her, that's the reason you're breaking up with her. She's the six, you know what I mean? She's done everything right. You know, you can't really begrudge her anything, but she's just not there. You're breaking up with her, and she's pleading with you, and she's asking you why. You know, what was it? What did I do? What happened? And you're like, no, it wasn't that. It was, you're great. You were great. And she's like, no, what was it? And then you say, I'm just not attracted to you physically. Well, was that necessary? Was it necessary? What I'm actually going to say, I don't think it's always unnecessary. If you were, let's say you were in a relationship with a girl and she got to be a little piggy over time, and you had made some comments about her, you know, that you wanted her to get in better shape and she hadn't done it, and then you break up with her. She says, why are you breaking up with me? I don't think it's at all uncalled for you to say, you know, you let yourself go physically and I'm not attracted to you anymore, because that is something that's like, she had warning and you had communicated it before, and she frankly disrespected you in the relationship by not dealing with something that was under her control. If this girl that you were dating just, maybe she's even in shape, there's just you going and saying this to her is just going to crush her.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't help her in any way, shape, or form. And so that's an opportunity where it's good to have a white lie.
Okay. I was waiting for the catch here, the hook, and that's it right there. I wasn't sure how you were going to end that. Okay, I got you. Yeah. So that's kind of an answer to that, because again, sex, lies, relationships. I think the sex and lies tie into each other quite frequently.
Well, and let me just say this. I mean, to your point before, because and one of the reasons to do that is because maybe she's like a cute girl. Like some other guy, she's going to be exactly what he's looking for. So you don't, by dropping her down like that, you don't improve her life at all. You don't do anything to improve it. You damage her self-esteem. You should leave her knowing how amazing she is, so that her self-esteem is, if not perfect because you're breaking up with her, that she's going to have a solid sense of self and not blame herself too much, so that when she meets a guy who does appreciate how she looks, that they're going to have a good relationship. It's like, those are the kind of situations where, yeah, you just have to, think about it. And those are the kind of things that say like, I'm just messed up. I have to do like whatever, say whatever crap about yourself. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
Well, I'm glad you're saying this, because this is a human element we don't hear too often under this umbrella. We don't. I mean, think about it. You're actually saying, hey, I don't want to hurt this person, so I'm going to tell a little white lie. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Do you think that the whole macho bravado thing, where somebody would say, no, just tell her she's fat and like you're out of here, I could see that would damage somebody in a big way.
Yeah, it would totally damage someone. But you know what? Those guys wouldn't even say that shit most of the time to a girl's face. It's all just like, jerking their dick off to other guys online. Like, I'm the most alpha guy. Aha, you're a bitch. I would say that. Macho is weakness. It's weakness. It's overcompensation. It's very easy to deal with macho guys. Very easy to see through them. They're very, very dependent on validation. And, we see plenty of that in the Rolo sphere.
Yeah. I mean, I think masculinity and macho are confused sometimes. That's not the same thing.
No, it's not. I mean, so if you have like a healthy male who's strong and has boundaries in the middle, can process his emotions to varying degrees, right? And then you have, next to that, you have a guy who's sort of nice guy. And let's say he internalizes stuff. So he's very much, he blames himself. He thinks he's bad. He has low self-esteem. He beats himself up. And so he's kind of more collapsed inward. And then you have the macho guy who doesn't, his shame and issues, rather than collapse inward, he projects it outward as a superiority complex. And so he'll then go out and talk about how he's the best and that all girls like him, all this stuff. Whereas he has the same sense of inferiority as the guy who's closed off. They just deal with it in different ways. One directs it inward, one directs it outward. But both of them have the same problem. And actually, what's interesting is that what you see often is that when the guy who has directed it inward starts to work on himself, he'll go through a minor macho period where he starts to project a little bit more outward, which is actually healthy in that context, because that's just part of the process of him trying to get to a healthy baseline of, yeah, I'm a valuable person, and I don't need to prove myself to other people. But there's going to be a period of like, needing acknowledgement and probably being a little bit pissed off at women, which I think is actually healthy in that context and is totally okay. Conversely, the macho guy needs a humbling. He needs to get knocked down a peg and be like, yeah, you're actually pretty fucked up and you're pretty weak, and you need to, you know, deal with some more of that stuff, and then they can come back to that middle healthy baseline. So
yeah, I love that breakdown, man. That's absolutely perfect. I'm under the.
Can I actually make another, just, this is a point of curiosity for people, because a lot of, I don't know if I can get into this topic. It might be a little bit, can I get a little raw?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Homosexuality. And a lot of that is based on these same mechanisms. So when a man is detached from his masculinity and wants to get it, right? Is trying to find a way to reconnect with his masculinity, he often fetishizes it. And so that's one of the reasons that we see a major proportion of that today. So you have, on one hand, you have guys who feel sort of weak and emasculated, so then they become gay, right? And that makes more sense to a lot of guys, right? That they become effeminate because they become demasculinized. But what is often not understood is that a lot of those macho guys are gay too. And they have a lot of that same sort of, you know, gay sort of domination fantasies.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that in the manosphere here lately. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, just want to throw that out there because, you know, obviously when a guy's emasculated, it doesn't have to go that direction. But the reason we've been seeing so much of that, in part, in society, is because it's so heavily, the emasculation of men is so heavily pushed.
Well, let's get something from Jesse real quick for a quick break.
Yep.
Lesbians, 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 lesbian, lesbians, lesbians, lesbian, lesbians, 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 lesbians.
That was perfect timing for that.
He says it so well. I love it. I love it. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Boy. Primal says, look at that. The manosphere is infested with closet cells. That's great. Oja says, Stedman based.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Blade says, sussed soldiers. David Little says, rainbow warrior. OJ, let me see. I find it interesting. Would explain certain dating coaches. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Oh, that's great, man. I'm not sure if you're not aware of the context. Oh, geez, look at that. You can't say red pill. That's great. Hold the truth, man. I love that. That's excellent. Just so you guys know, get ready, because I'm going to open up the panel here probably in about 15, 20 minutes. I got one more too I want to talk to Pat about, and that's dating for dollars, man. And it can be done both ways. I'll make a generalization in my life, and I'm going to say that I've dated for dollars before. Let's put it that way. Not that the woman wasn't attractive, but the fact that I could get whatever I wanted made her even more attractive, if I can say it like that. So, you know, I think it goes both ways. A lot of people think that, you know, we talk about hypergamy and all that crap, and, you know, women date for money. And it, you know what, I think that who doesn't, you know, I think as men, and if you're in a relationship, you do want to provide. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're going to be in that marriage, that's the proper way to do it, in my opinion. Okay, but dating for dollars, let's talk about that.
Well, let's go to the more interesting one first, which is women and men, like the cougar sort of phenomenon. You know, look, I'm no feminist, but there's no question that there has been this, you know, idea over time of the place of female sexuality, right? And the reality is that women are quite filthy, and while I think it's completely true that women are attracted to the older, you know, strong man, provider, but even not necessarily having to overemphasize the provider part. I think it's just something that's anticipated and expected, that there's going to be a level of provisioning. Like as you get older, it's an interesting thing, but the expectations of women about a man's provisioning changes over time. So if you're 20 years old, you have a lot of money, that's a plus, obviously, but it's completely unnecessary to attract women. If you're 50 years old and you don't have any money, then you're really fucked in most cases. Like if you're not able to take care of yourself, if you're not able to, you know, provide for some basic stuff, basic experiences for a woman, it's going to be a problem. She's going to expect it from you. Okay, all that stuff said, women, while they love that stuff, they love that older dominant man, no question about it. I do think cougar lives matter. I do think it gets overstated. I'm going to be completely honest. I think it's overstated. I think as women get older, there's a lot of women, and I do think it's a certain type of woman in particular. I think it's a woman who's maybe more in her masculine. You know, she's maybe got more money, whether she earned it or not, frankly, but she's got more money. Those women will very often go for younger guys. They want the experience of a young, fit, attractive guy wanting them, being, you know, desiring them. And that can get to some kind of extreme levels, right? But yeah, so Ojit 1917, you took the words right out of my mouth. I want to make mention of something, however, which is that, and I don't know if you guys have read Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Love in a Time of Cholera. It's a very good book. It's a very good book. I've always liked Marquez. When I first read one of his books when I was backpacking like 10 years ago, I found it. I found like not one of his classics, even just another one. I like his style of writing. He, in Love in a Time of Cholera, the protagonist he becomes a master seducer, and he has this distance love affair. He wants this woman. He's wanted her his entire life. And this is the story. I won't ruin the story, but he learns to become a great seducer. And one of the women who really taught him how to be a good in bed was this widow, this older widow. And after her husband died, she just became like the town slut, basically. And they had a multi-year love affair, and she was, I believe, 20 years older than him easily. And she, you know, those women at that point, they become so much more comfortable with their sexuality, and for a younger guy, they actually can become a real experience to learn and to, in some cases, get their confidence up, because they can have problems, you know, and the woman is unfazed by it because she's kind of seen everything and doesn't care at that point. She's not looking for anything but that man's youth in his body. Now, I don't think it's a place for men to stay in, because if men stay there, then they become, it's like the thrift store, and you become kind of like a Pete Davidson, right? You just become a dick, a walking dick. Not
Anthony has a great comment here. Fire sale,
right? No, it's totally true. It's totally true. But I do think that, and I actually didn't personally have this experience. This is not one of those experiences I had. I think it would have been interesting to have it though. But I know from working with enough guys, talking to enough guys, that, like, you know, a few months with a cougar can give a accelerated education. Let's put it that way. So, and what is she? And, you know, and some guys get paid for it. That's the whole thing, right? Sometimes you get paid for
my context was different. She was younger than me, but just had a lot of money and good looking. But I think the money just made her more attractive, to be honest. I mean, it did. I'm not gonna lie about it. It was, you know, when you can go and do whatever you want, whenever you want, even though there was attraction, it's like the cherry on top of that sundae.
It is. And I want to
we'll just say it was a bougie lifestyle.
Bougie. Were you guys getting brunch, Tony? You guys got brunch every Sunday?
Yeah.
You got your mimosa every Sunday?
Yeah. I love it. Yeah, it's like, you know, when I was younger, I mean, realistically, I have dated women that were older than me, in my 20s, like in their 30s. And it was, it just is what it is. I mean,
it's something for men in their 20s, and really, I would say particularly early 20s. That's like the time period where it
exactly.
happens.
Yeah, exactly. You nailed that. Yeah. That's,
well, I mean, look, you want to get gross, and I'm obviously not condoning this stuff, but I mean, look at the whole phenomenon of, the high school teacher with like the, the sometimes middle school boys, right? I mean, it's definitely a real thing. They, and there's, we don't have to get into the psychology of it. It's pretty Freudian, let's put it that way. But they love being that mommy, so to speak, in their in its own little way. But the big trap for guys, and I've been seeing this, and I'm disappointed by it. The big trap for guys is to get caught in relationships with those women that go, that's the thing. If you're going to have some little sexual fling, go ahead. But I know some instances of guys who are in their early 20s, and the whole thing is that at that age, you don't really know yourself. You haven't really found yourself. And there'll be a woman like 10 years older than them. And that woman, she's got money and everything. And she tries to pull that guy in and try to get into a relationship with him. And sometimes those guys really commit to it. It's often bad. If the woman gets the guy, then it's the guy's loss in many ways. But if in many cases, it just ends up working against the woman, because they'll be together for a few years and then he breaks up with her and she's 40 then. So she wasted like whatever window she had. But the point is just to understand that these things,
I'm 59. I couldn't imagine being a woman with a woman older than me. I really couldn't. Not even a year, to be honest.
Well, look,
let alone somebody like 10 years older than me. I'm not that strong about it. I do think it's okay within a short year period, within like a 2-year period, especially when you're younger.
When you're younger, it's different.
Yeah. I think that when you, like, I always, when it's 4 or 5 years, like I always tell, I don't bat an eyelash if the girl's as much as 2 years older. If she's more than that, I will start to like push a little bit with guys about it. Like, okay. And if it's 5+, of course it depends on their ages, but that's usually a serious consideration. It starts to become a serious issue just because of the biology. I mean, sometimes, putting aside even this topic, sometimes there actually is a pretty good, genuine connection between them. They're still on different biological timelines. And unfortunately, that doesn't work well in the woman's favor.
I mean, as you get older, at 59, I mean, I dated a woman last year who was my age. She was exceptional.
Yeah.
Far exceptional. So that was just, it is what it is, but that's rare as far as I'm concerned. I think it, like you said, it changes when you get older. It really does.
Yeah.
Because, like, again, I couldn't imagine dating a woman that's older than me. I just couldn't do it. It's just not in my biological makeup.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that would make women postmenopausal, which, you have of course, some women are able to manage that, but a lot of things change after that point. And so, unless you've kind of gone through it with her, you guys have been together for years. And, if I was single in my 50s, I mean, it would be, I would be surprised to date women who were in the 50s as well. Like, I'd be going 40s and 30s.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man. So, I want to welcome Smash TV. Good to see you, MD, man. Awesome, man. Yeah. Who else we got? I want to see if I missed anybody new in here. Great comments, man. This is good. All right. Well, I'm trying to think if I got anything left here. Oh, yeah. This is one of the things I said. This is a big one too. You've heard this phrase before. I married the first time for love. And this is going to go back to the we're dating for dollars right now. First time for love, the second time is for money. Have you heard that phrase before?
Mm-hmm.
So let's dive into that a little bit, and then I'll open up the panel.
Should have married the first time for money and the second time for love.
Dude, that's a great response, man.
Yeah.
Think of that. Yeah. Wow. I love that. Yeah. So let's flip that around.
Yeah.
So if you're out there, marry for money first, the second time, marry for love. Dude, that's a great response. So, but yeah, everybody welcome, man. I'm gonna throw the link in the chat here, and let's have some interaction with Pat. Let's ask some questions, and let's go. Let's go. Yeah, here we go.
All right, boyos. All right, boyos. Here we go.
Little Lux Maximus. Yeah, don't be afraid. I've got the StreamYard link in there. If you're going to come backstage, I am going to pin the message. I pinned the link. I'm sorry, pin the link. So if you want to jump on and talk. Yeah, tonight is sex, lies, relationships. And if you want to come on and give me your personal experiences, I think that would be great to bounce off me and Pat. So, but let me ask you a question, Pat. Who do we got? Oh, we got Deacon Little coming on first. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. There he is.
Deacon, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, Pat? What's up, Tony?
Good to see you. Good to see you, brother.
You too, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, man. You got any questions for Pat?
I posted one in the chat, and I had a good question for him because I'm dealing with this now. You know, when you're unlearning the red pill knowledge, I found when I'm talking to women sometimes I'm very detached, like from emotion. I think it was either not fear or that uncertainty of taking a chance. Because I had one lady, I told Caduceus about the story the other day. I'm working. I don't know if she was joking, but we were working on our phone at my job, and I'm like, yeah, she's like, I would do this if I had a husband at the house or whatever. I'm like, oh, okay, it's a joke. Well, yeah, you can come by and fix my phone. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, no. I got somebody else gonna, if you could stop by or something like that. Oh, okay. Oh, I was like, and I was telling the store would be closed, and they're like, oh yeah, you can find me. I'll be at this other place. Oh, I'll find you. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So I was so detached. I've noticed shedding the red pill and some of those philosophies that I became very detached and I became very guarded. Like I didn't lose the ability to flirt. Like I can joke, I can talk to people normally, but when it comes to those expectations, in my mind, I literally put myself I literally unconsciously disqualify myself, thinking, okay, I'm not gonna be good enough. Like the lady, she could have been at least some 40s, she could have been like at least 38, 37.
So why did you disqualify yourself? Do you think it's red pill knowledge that disqualified yourself?
Half and half. Some of the fragility from the red pill, as I'm being the black pill now, getting over those things and living my life and living in a realistic term, hanging out with the guys, whatnot. The other half is because of the frailties I'm working on now, the teeth, the weight. And I feel like I'm not quite there yet to go out there and just date because I'm looking at these present things, that'll automatically disqualify me from even being what they're looking for. So I'll make no bones about it. I'm 5'6" and I'm a little overweight. I'm overweight.
Well,
so I got those things here.
Let me ask you a question, David Little, and I'm not the expert here. Pat is. He deals more in, the whole relationship thing. But if the woman's attracted to you, why would you pull back?
I think I think it's a fear of inadequacy and facing to that reality from the girl's or lady's judgmental tone or expectations. I think I don't want to, I already know that let me say it like this. I already know I'm messed up and I'm working on it. I don't want to add that and have that on my back while I'm working on it.
Mm-hmm. Did you want her?
I don't know if I wanted her or not, because again, I'm in work mode. So I'm not thinking about that. So I was like, outside looking in. Mm-hmm. But that kept popping up during the conversation. I'm like, yikes. You know,
So I'm gonna make a comment, and it's indirect to the sort of more deeper work stuff here about inadequacy and not making moves and kind of like you were saying, pulling yourself back. That's a whole separate conversation. But I want to point out something here because I think it's interesting for other people, which is that we have as men today, and there's a lot of programming that's told us this. It's also very heavily embedded in porn, by the way, but it's also
yeah.
in everything else that tells us that, okay, well, we're looking for a woman's validation, but we're even looking for a woman's initiation in sex. So we want a woman to go after us, because that means that it's okay to have sex if a woman goes after us, right?
Mm.
Now, what's the problem with that? The problem with it is that reverses the natural polarity. So if you're a man, you get charged up when a woman is feminine, which means that she is receptive, she's open, presenting herself perhaps, but you are fundamentally taking her, right? You're a quote unquote predator and she's the prey. It's not in the way that they make it into a toxic sense, but it's that you are the man, you initiate, and you take the woman. You literally penetrate the woman. So when the woman comes after you, we have this program from modern society. This is such a great thing, because our ego gets validated by it. But the reality is that in many, many, if not most cases, I would say most cases from what I've observed, is that when the woman gets sexually aggressive, a lot of guys will actually like shut down a bit. And they have impotence, which is removal of power, because the polarity has been flipped. And so that they're the prey. And like consciously it doesn't make any sense, because we're like, well, if the woman is, if the woman's going after us and she wants to have sex, well, we should want to do it. But the supposition underneath of that is that as men, our only value is being some fuck doll for a girl if she wants it. And it's not us as men going after what we want.
Mm.
And I talk about this Pete Davidson stuff, because it's a big phenomenon recently. And I think he's a key psyop in this. The media spreads around Pete Davidson's got a big dick, oh, he's dating celebrity after celebrity. He's like a total retard. And this is a whole thing, that he's just, that women want him because of the sex. They just keep going after him for the sex, right? That as a man, your value to women is just being a sex toy, right? But that's not actually what makes us as men feel powerful. And so you would probably feel differently had she been much more subtle and kind of given innuendo about it. And there was this sort of tension and ambiguity about, you can stay if you want to, and then you would kind of feel that. And you might not have made a move, but you would probably feel more charged up about the interaction, because you would feel her sort of receptiveness there.
Yeah.
Her going after you. So anyway, I just want to.
And that was the interesting part about the situation, because I was, the one part of me is like, don't simp, don't simp, don't sip, avoid simp. You know how the red pill preaches, don't sip, don't simp. And I'm like working on the phone, like, and getting everything activated, doing my thing. And I'm like, did this chick, and my brain said, did she really just say that?
But
Me?
if she wants you, I think that takes time to understand that, right?
Yeah. I feel like I lost some part of that along the way. Or not lost some part, I probably didn't work on it, or I paid attention to those cues, or it's been so long since I picked up on those cues like I used to.
But I'll also say this, and I think it's a pushback against a lot of this conventional wisdom stuff, which is that she was coming on fairly strong, and so consciously maybe you have to process that information, but she was coming on aggressively to you. How you were probably feeling though is that there was almost more of like a freeze response as a result of it because of how she was coming on strong to you. And also, and look, this sounds like a lot of guys won't ever admit this and they'll laugh about it, but I'm going to say it because I fucking work with guys all the time. So I know about this. There is almost a sense of like paradoxical emasculation to the situation, because you have this girl who's like, you're an object. You become a sexual object.
Like, I was taken back how she was saying things.
Yeah. You know, it's flattering, but it's not I personally, like, it's very, very flattering. It's not, if a girl comes at it too abrasively, it's not really arousing.
Yeah, I'm not used to aggressive. I think what it is, I'm not used to aggressive women. I was probably in my younger years was more aggressive, and most of the girls I dealt with either were standoffish and had to play a lot of games to get there. Not use game. Let's not reframe that. But I had to play into those cycles, playing the 1-2 step. Okay, maybe she didn't call me. Okay, but I'm not used to direct. Like, she what? You know, I couldn't process it.
And look, you know, she was doing that because she probably is very undersexed and felt like she had a window, probably also a fantasy for her, given, you know, where you're at her house, you're fixing stuff, you know, it's
at the store. It was at the store what made it worse.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I was taken back. So I stood there like, and I'm thinking she's just joking. You know, I gave it like a kind of like a strike one. Okay, let me ignore that. She's probably being sarcastic. Strike two. Okay, that's not so bad. What? Strike three. The hell? Strike four, and then she left. I'm like, and then one of the dudes I'm working with was laughing because he heard it. He's like, dude. I'm like, I don't know what the hell just happened, man. I'm going to lunch. You know, y'all guys like Tony used to that. You know, I know you, man. I have to bow down, but you know what I'm saying. You know, y'all guys are used to that 1-2 step. Me, I'm a little out of practice or out of depth when it comes to that. So I was never good at that.
I want to address the chat real quick. I see MD is in here, and I know his first rule in his book is never trust a dating coach. But I'm going to be straight up with you. I like Pat. I think he has a lot of insight. I get that.
So it's so funny.
Let me ask you a question though. I think that, you know, when we talk about being aggressive, when a woman is attracted to you, she's expecting you to be aggressive. That's in my experience of 59 years on this earth. And I think that's the disconnect that we're having right now. But I understand that, you know, I understand the whole dating coach thing. I get that. I get that more than anybody, believe me. You know, there's a reason I have Pat on, because his insight into relationships and dating is more valid than anybody that I see. And that's my personal opinion. Also, he's a good friend of mine, and I respect his opinions and his thought process. We try to get a little deeper than, we'll just say, more caveman style red pill crap to me, you know.
I mean, look, there's a million people who hide behind an Avi and talk about how alpha they are and how they just go and, you know, you're a pussy, just fucking smash. You should have done it. You should have done it. You know, whatever. That stuff is funny. It's amusing. It's not really practical or helpful. It's the bravado we were talking about before, you know, and there's a lot of suspicious stuff with guys who are really obsessed with talking about how alpha they are all the time. I've noticed that. So just put that out there.
Yeah. So, yeah, I wanted to put that out there, man. This is not a roast to me, but I do want to talk about, you know, solid things with Pat. So that's important. So I do recognize your comments, and that's cool. So, because I love MD, I like everybody's perspective. That's to me, that's important. If we don't talk about things, again, like, one of the main things, like Ivan Throne says, when the talking stops, that's when the shooting starts. So if we can't discuss things as men, man, what good is it? What good is it? I just don't think that, I don't think that open dialogue needs to be squelched. Okay. But I understand where MD is coming from, because, I see guys like MLD and Rolo and who are giving guys just horrible advice. But I know Pat personally, I know guys that personally Pat has helped in a big way. I know that he really concentrates on specific situations and doesn't generalize. There are things as men where we, like with me, we were talking about aggression here, or I saw in the chat earlier. And to me, when a woman's attracted to me, yeah, they want that aggression sometimes. They need that. They need to be taken. They need to be thrown over my shoulder and, thrown down on the bed. There's nothing wrong with that, but I think what happens is we get a disconnect if a guy's not used to reading that or picking up on those social cues. Yeah, man, he can get in trouble, and I do believe that's where Pat really helps guys distinguish that.
And also he's got to feel it himself. I mean, what stood out to me was that he wasn't even really so sure if he was attracted to her. Right.
Yeah.
That's a common thing here too, is that when a woman herself is kind of showing her own, like when a woman who's grounded more in her femininity, even if she really wants you, there's ways that she can approach you that to entice you to go after her.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than like she's at a strip club, like, a male strip club, and she goes up to like the male stripper and grabs his dick. You know what I mean? I mean, like I've been with both types of women, and I personally don't really enjoy that aggressive, objectifying, frankly, I'm gonna say that, objectifying kind of approach with a woman. I don't feel the energy from her. And yeah, that's just the way it is. A lot of really attractive women will be much more, they'll linger the eye contact. There's this sort of level of, you can tell they're interested, but they're nervous. That's hot. That's very hot to me.
That uncertainty.
Yeah, the uncertain. That's what's super, super hot. And actually, and look, it's not to say that a girl can't even express her interest more directly and still ground some level of femininity, but the really sort of abrasive, heavy, on the nose stuff, I don't know. That to me is a desperate woman.
Yeah.
And desperation isn't attractive. Like something happened to her that day where she was like, and look, some guys, if you are one of those guys who wants to be, she's obviously down.
Yeah.
And if you really want it, then go ahead. That's and that's a fair point that people can make, just go for it. Right. Just she wants it, be aggressive, go after it. But I always focus it from the big picture perspective. Focus on strategy. What do you want? Is this even a woman you want? You don't have to just fuck her just because she wants you.
Yeah, that's true, because I go through that myself. Just because a woman wants me doesn't mean that I want to be with her. And again, we'll go back to the beginning when we talk about energy and connection. To me, energy and connection is everything. And like I said, I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that. I didn't understand connection and energy until we started talking about it. And I realized that sex was better. Just overall communication was better when there was energy. Mm-hmm. Now I know there's dudes who just want to smash and that's it. Just hit it and quit it. I almost think though in this, even though that we do talk about attraction, even though there is attraction, sometimes that can be a big danger, man. That can be a dangerous thing to do nowadays.
Exactly.
That attraction can be there, but then let's say in the morning or something, you don't reach out to that woman or something like that, now you got charges pushed up on you.
Yeah, I mean, I remember a girl. I remember one first date, and the attraction was there. She started to get very aggressive towards the end of the date. She was like in this very messy, complicated divorce, if it was even a divorce. It was really not clear whether she was cheating or not, but there was a couple screws loose in this woman, and she wanted to know where my apartment was. And I just had this big intuition, like, it's just not worth it. It's just not, like, it would have been, you could tell it would have been crazy sex. I was like, it's just not worth it. Like, I don't want this woman in my life with her baggage and she would message me like the next couple of weekends. She's like, where are you? Like, where's your apartment? Can I come over? And I was just like, it's just, you get past that scarcity thing. It's just not about the sex. You can sleep with other women, you know what I mean? That aren't gonna.
That's a big one, though. Scarcity, dude. You brought up that's the atomic word right there. Scarcity. Guys that have scarcity, it can be really bad. They're not going to read those social cues. Okay. They're not going to know that if a woman actually, like, you hit it for one night, they're not going to know how to react after that. And sometimes as a guy, man, you gotta do your due diligence during a date. I don't care if it's saving a text or whatever it is. Get some sort of something to kind of protect yourself nowadays.
Well, I agree with that 100%. I also think when you look at this stuff, it's important to look at the strategy from different levels. So for a lot of guys, it's like, okay, well, the strategy is I want to hook up with girls. And okay, that's maybe, okay, you can say that's a fair strategy. And so you have different tactics that you use to try to get that, achieve that strategic outcome. But I take it a step further beyond that. It's like, well, why is it important for me to be having sex with these women? What is the objective? What is the emotional, motivation behind that? And then eventually what you get to is that guys just want to live for themselves. Like, they don't want to feel controlled by outside forces. They don't want to feel that they can be deprived things that are important for their needs, like sex, right? And so they might fixate on getting sex because they think if they can get sex, and that means that they're now more of a man, right? And look, I do think being able to get sex is an important part of being a man, but is it everything? Is that actually the core thing? What you find, and is it a paradox, but when I've worked with guys on this, is that they get to a point where the problem is that they don't, like, there's a huge step as a man that you take when you start to turn down pussy. When you start to turn down girls, there's a massive shift inside your head where suddenly it's like that scarcity around women starts to evaporate all of a sudden, because you don't have to do it if you don't want to do it. And I actually think it's it's an adolescent kind of impulse of guys like, you didn't fuck her? What, you didn't fuck her, man? It's like, yeah, I didn't fuck her. I don't want to fuck her. Like, what's your issue? Why do I have to fuck her?
That comes with age, because that's my mindset right there.
Yeah.
It really is. I've been on dates where they're ready to roll, and I'm like, this ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
Even though I was attracted to their physical appearance, and I'm like, I'm stepping into a fucking black hole is what I'm doing. And the outcome is not going to be good. But would you say, because I think that experience, there's a couple things that like in the Pat's book, in MD's book, the 48 Laws of Dating, I like the fact that attraction is not a choice. I love that saying, because I've found that in my own life. And one of the other things that's said, we'll say in the black pill community, which I have to agree with, that confidence comes from success, not from failure. A guy that, you know, you could be selling a car, you could sell no cars. Then all of a sudden you sell a car. Well, now you got some confidence. It's like talking to women. You're not getting anything. You know what I mean? I think social skills and things like that are important. But I do like the saying that confidence comes from success and not from failure. So what's your thoughts on that?
100%. I mean, you know, it's always this balance. Like, as a man, let's put it this way, as a man, as you go through this, you know, your adolescence and your 20s, early 20s in particular, you're going to go through this natural bravado period where what you're trying to go out and prove yourself, and you're trying to show that, yeah, I can accomplish things. I'm worthwhile. I'm worthy. I'm a man, right? And you go through this whole thing of trying to prove yourself. And then, you know, you get some successes from going through that. Some guys don't. Maybe some guys wash out, right? I'm not saying that it's too late, that they can't get back in it later on, work in their 30s, etc. Obviously, it gets harder the longer you wait, but it's this sort of natural arc. You start to achieve these successes, and you get, you know, and you do get confidence from it. But there's a certain point where you realize it's a bit of a hollow confidence. You know, you've actually maxed out things. You know, you've got good money, you got girls when you want it, you're in good shape. I've worked with some guys who are like spectacularly attractive and very wealthy. And sometimes, you know, one guy in particular, I mean, he was like even under 25 and he was all this stuff, really successful entrepreneur. And beautiful women were interested in him, and he just didn't feel good. Just didn't feel good about himself. And there is a certain point where you do need to bring in more of that unconditional sort of like, hey, look, take a look at yourself honestly for a second here. You do deserve to have these things, right? You do, you know, you're it sounds like lame to say it, but this is legitimate rite of passage that guys mellow out and they're like, you know what? I actually don't want this. I don't want this girl. I don't want this thing. I deserve to have what I want. I don't have to just take it. Like, there's a huge this back and forth in the red pill circle from guys who don't have anything and then guys who have it. It's like you either don't get hot girls or you get hot girls. And okay, cool. It's great to get hot girls. Obviously, if you're going to play this game, it's better to have than to not have. But what's best is to have exactly what you want and not to have to go after things because the crowd and your ego tells you to do it. You know, that's the bottom line here. It's very important at a certain point as a man that you start to turn down women, attractive women, that you yourself realize you do not enjoy sleeping with because they want something from you.
Mm-hmm.
And just because they're giving you sex and they're attractive, it doesn't mean you have to take it. If you don't want to take it, you don't have to take it.
Mm-hmm. Let's. I want to look at some of these comments because, you know, again, Pat, you already lost us. A woman can unconditionally care or love you. Only your mother can love you as a family. A woman being with you is conditioned. What do you have to say about that?
How many of these guys have been in long-term serious relationships? I mean, that's what I'd ask. Look, there's always conditional and unconditional variables in this stuff. If I were to become fat, you know, stop making money, and were to stop, you know, really being present or doing anything, right? Just be a fucking bum, loser. My wife would 100% lose attraction for me, and that marriage would be down the toilet within a year or two. Probably no question about that, right? you know, how long it would last depends on the woman and other variables involved. So yeah, love's conditional. Okay, love's conditional. But let's now use a different extreme. Let's say I get, you know, no, I won't say it. I won't say it actually. I won't bring that personal stuff into the picture. Let's say that I were to lose my job, lose my income, right? But I were, you know, for like a year, but I would have to go and try to, you know, work and get it back up, or I'd been in an accident and I had, as a result, put on some pounds. Okay. And I had to go and recover from that. Would that relationship end automatically because a bad thing happened and my value dropped? No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. There is a level of connection between two people that is not material. Now, maybe unconditional is the wrong word for it, but it's not material. And when guys use the term conditional, they use it in the sense of any material loss automatically leads to the woman not wanting to be there. And it's not true. There's a lot of different inputs to attraction. I talk about this in my book, The 3 Pillars of Attraction, right? But the connection between two individuals, especially two individuals who have gone through a lot together with a lot of awareness, this is not something that, you know, oh, she's just going to leave you, man. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. And I understand if people don't get it, but it's important for like, one of the reasons that I was able to do well at what I do is I looked at the red pill and I'm like, there's a lot of truth in this. And, you know, I have to understand hypergamy, right? I have to understand this base instinct aspect of women, how women operate. But I also saw the relationships that didn't act in any way, shape, or form like the red pill ideal relationship, the way that a guy has to act to keep a woman interested. And they were extremely happy. They were really deep, fulfilling relationships. They were some of the best fucking relationships I saw. And so am I supposed to discount that stuff because of some red pill doctrine? I talk a lot about, Tony's aware of this, I talk about different levels of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
There's different levels of consciousness within dating. And you have to understand that if you're talking about a certain gradation, then yeah, it's extremely conditional.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll leave you at the top of the hat. But at a certain gradation, it's not very conditional at all. There's a lot more, like, you know, leeway. And in a real relationship, there's a full spectrum. And you might, you know, you want to max out everything.
I think a lot of times what happens is it depends on the man on what your end goal is. And I think a lot of times in this umbrella, men don't talk about an end goal. Do you know what I mean? There has to be an end goal, I think, for a man. Now, I have nothing wrong with a man who just wants to whore max or do what he wants to do. I have no judgment on anybody like that. You know, I've been single, we'll say, in a couple long-term relationships realistically over the past probably 28 years. I knew that I never found that deep connection where I could commit to somebody like they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And that's personal. That's me. You know, I don't know if that will ever happen. I'm not worried about it either. So I think the difference is that it's your end goal. And I don't think that's what people tend to talk about. Michael Foster, what's up? If you want to jump on the stream, click that link. I got it pinned to the top. That's
interesting you say that, Tony, too. Just to add to that, I think I'm in that weird state where I'm looking at that like, you know, would this add to my life or not? Do I want a long-term relationship? Maybe not. I don't want to deal with that too much. I just want to have, you know, enjoy the company and keep it moving, you know, because I've seen the good and bad. I've been in the good and bad, but I'm like, have fun.
To me, being a little bit older, guys, the company of a good woman is rare. It really is.
Yeah, it is.
But when it's there, it's nice. It could be a short-term connection, but again, Pat talks a lot about energy and connections. And if you don't have that connection and that energy, it's a waste. It's a waste.
Well, I want to talk about some of this conditionality. Before you jump in, Michael, I want to say this before I lose my train of thought with it. Just about this like conditional love. But I think it's really important. It's a real fixation in the red pill community that a woman's love is conditional. And I can tell you is that what makes women leave men is men giving up mentally. That is what women smell it. They smell when a man is broken. And that is when the love really starts to leave. Losing material elements, right? Losing your job, losing your health. Women actually are pretty resilient with a man's failure. A good woman is pretty resilient with a man's failure. A super transactional woman is going to jump from, they're the gold diggers, right? There's a different kind of, but most women are really resilient with a man's failure. They look at the man and they see, is this guy, can he take it? Can he take it? If he can take the failure, then I can take the failure. If he can't take it, then I'm out, because that's when things start to go off the rails. And that's when the woman mentally begins to dominate the conversation. I think it's important for guys to understand that, because there's too much of a fixation. Like, we hear these stories of, how like she just lost interest and she was gone. But whenever I hear these stories, I never see a guy who's emotionally paced a woman and who has awareness of himself and awareness of his purpose. I see guys who are just fucking drifting. Well, I had a job I was providing and she didn't appreciate it. She didn't feel it anymore. And it's, what?
My favorites, not to cut you off, my favorite excuse, I did everything right. You've heard that line before.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, take some fucking responsibility. So, we can get bogged down in the semantics of what conditional and unconditional really means with this stuff. What I'm trying to say when I use that term unconditional, it's maybe not exactly unconditional in the sense that only God can be unconditional, but it's a deeper kind of love that is not based on a lot of the bullshit metrics that retards throw around in the red pill sphere. So with that, I'll give it to Michael Foster.
Yeah, I want to make a statement here. Okay, obviously I align with more black pill truths, if not all of them. And there's a reason why I'm saying that. I heard on MD's stream the other night. I know Primal Studies had said this, and I had said this a long time ago. In fact, I believe it's in my interview with Anthony Johnson, where Anthony interviewed me on 21 Studios, where I said the red pill is no longer the red pill. It's the Rolo pill. Okay. Yeah. So I've been thinking about this lately, that the black pill is the new red pill as far as I'm concerned. It's really the original red pill. It's just the truth, plain and simple. Okay. But I do believe that the black pill can help a guy in a long-term or a marriage, because he's seeing the truth. He's seeing what it is. I'm seeing the comments about unconditional. I know women that would jump through fucking fire hoops for me. And that's just a fact. To me, that's unconditional. I've been there. I've had women beg me to be with them. Like, don't end this kind of thing.
I mean, Tony, I was, when I started my business, I didn't make any money for the first 3 years. I didn't make any money at all, barely any money. Like, it was a pittance. Now, I mean, I do very, very well now. I got arrested by the feds. I mean, I've had like in my marriage through the entire process, my wife has only wanted me more. So I mean, I think that look, guys get triggered by certain words. Don't use the fucking word then. Listen to what we're trying to say here. Don't be fucking Asperger people and think about a word and be like, "Oh, you said unconditional. You said unconditional. No, you can't say unconditional." You know? Like get a grip for a second. Try to understand what we're talking about here. The black pill, red pill, I don't know enough about. I use the term red pill because I don't want to put words in the black pill community's mouth about things.
Mhm.
But it is truth. It is truth. Is it full truth? This is an important question. You know, there's a base layer programming that men and women have, and the black pill tells you that. And if you don't know that, you're fucked with women because you don't understand what women are capable of and what they can do to a man. They can be absolutely vicious to a man. You have to understand it. Is it the full picture? Are they exclusively bounded by that truth? Is there nothing else to them but that? My contention and experience is absolutely not. But
Yeah, and that's why I like to get deep with this. You guys in the chat, you got to understand, man. One of the things I like to do is build bridges between the communities. Okay, Pat is more receptive to the black pill community than anybody that I know, and his style of talking to people, and I get the whole you don't like dating coaches. I get that, man. I get that. I fucking get that more than anybody because there's 90% of them that I can't stand. There's guys I look for net positive, and I'm very big on net positive. Okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody making a living and if you're genuinely helping guys. And there's certain guys that I think are. I mean, I'll throw in, of course, Pat. I love Pat, man. And he's helped me in my life. He's helped me open my eyes a little where they were closed. Like I said a few minutes earlier, the black pill to me can help. I think it can help a marriage if that's what a guy wants. If you go into it, I know that Hold the Truth had said something about the dark gray pill. I get the idea because I'm not sure I really think the black pill is against marriage completely. But I think if you go into it, we'll say with a black pill mindset, you're going to be better off. But I don't know anybody more receptive to ideas and thoughts than Pat. Also, there's one of the guys out. In fact, I spoke to him today on the phone, man. His Alpha Male Strategies. We had a great conversation. Everybody in the chat. And I had a great conversation with him today, man, for about 30 minutes. Just a good time. He's also one that I think has a net positive in helping men. I think if we take away, I think as communities, we need to
get rid of the fringe.
Understand that when a guy has his net positive and is genuinely helping men in what they need to do, there's a lot of guys that can't reach out. There's a lot of guys that can't reach out to us, man, that can't come on this stream and talk, that won't even put a word in the chat. But you know what? They'll reach out to Pat, but Pat, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't think that, as long as it's genuine. If I didn't think Pat was genuine, he wouldn't be here, man. That's just my opinion. Take it or leave it. I don't care. Take it or leave it. I look at like Michael Foster. Michael Foster is the complete other spectrum of a lot of the stuff we were talking about today. I mean, so far different. We talked about dating for sex. We throw that to Michael Foster. He's going to tell you that's a no. That's a hard no. But if we can keep these communities open-minded and talking, man, we're going to win. I'm not saying this in the Donovan Sharp way where it's fucking kumbaya. We all got
friend. Oh yeah.
Look, we all hate frauds. Frauds are a totally different thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We all do.
Tony, I had a question for Michael too.
Go for it.
Knowing he's in the religious space. I came from the religious. Either Deacon Little is legit. I used to be a deacon years ago. I think a lot of my relationship issues come from growing up in the church. I don't know if you agree with that, or can co-sign or understand a point of view where I saw a relationship that was taught and pushed into me a certain way, cultivated growing up. Oh, you got to get married. You got to have the wife, happy wife. You got to get married. You got to get married. You got to, you're not there yet. I'm like 30 years old and I'm getting dressed down by a pastor because I'm not married. I think that's another correspondence from, I guess religious, they call that the religious spirit where I came from, where they used a lot of law to not mind control, but to make you do that collective thing by getting married. What's your take on that?
I think the church doesn't usually teach what the Bible teaches. I think generally it's a reflection of the broader culture wrapped up in spiritual terminology. So I wouldn't say it's like that's what the Bible like. So I just started work on a second book called Let Marriage Be Held in Honor, Why It's Good for Men to Marry. So not exactly black pill. But I think obviously scripture has a high view of marriage. Marriage is great. Like it's a good thing. It's a very good for society and all that. But I think a lot of the stuff people are probably taught in church is disconnected from a coherent worldview and a way of thinking about things. It's a lot of folksy wisdom that's just kind of sputtered out. So I think I have no doubt that there's a bunch of like people in a religious space that's kind of saying a bunch of cliches and whatnot, and then kind of baptizing it with Christian verbiage, to make it seem like it's pious or something. So I think that's really common in a lot of groups. I don't think it's reflective of the historical teaching, but I do think a lot of people probably had those negative experiences. I saw a lot of that stuff. Like, so I became a Christian when I was 17. I was an agnostic atheist that converted over the weekend. So Friday I was an agnostic atheist. Monday I started reading the Bible and reading Augustine's Confessions and attending church the following Sunday. It was kind of a stunning switch, but I wasn't naive about how women worked or anything like that. And I think my experiences at the church is like really just ignorant about the nature of sexuality.
Yeah.
And so back in the 90s, when I was coming up, the very end of the 90s, sort of 2000s, there was kind of a courtship movement.
Yeah.
So basically the idea is like, you got to go ask the dad for permission. And there's this highly structured process, which you got to go through. And one of the high values of it that they value is a woman maintaining her virginity and you not having sex outside of marriage. And as I watched these people in the courtship movement, what I realized is that they just didn't know how to like actually channel their sexuality. And they're trying to put all these sort of speed bumps, all these sort of mechanisms that would try to keep them from shacking up, having sex before marriage without actually just learning discipline. Right. So like, she's going to put like, they're going to do daddy daughter dances. She's going to wear a purity ring and that's going to be enough. And it's funny. So Emily and I, we dated 4 years before we got married through high school. And we never had sex. And dude, it was like not easy. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Murder.
but we never courted. I was like, I don't want to court. I don't buy this. This is kind of jacked up. So all our friends were like, she never had a purity ring or nothing like that. Right. We were very just normal people. But we watched all the people in that movement like end up having sex outside of marriage or get married. And they've built up sex to be like, oh, it's going to be like the most amazing thing ever. And then sex is sex. It's just part of life, man. It's like, that's the thing I see in all the manospheres. These guys just define their life around sex, and they're just a bunch of pathetic losers. When you do yourself, like, it's like a good part of life. It's just not all of life, And so these guys, they get married to this chick and they've been told like, don't kiss, don't hold hands, nothing to your wedding day. It's going to be like freaking dynamite, man. And then
Womp, 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 womp.
that's exactly right. Yeah, that's right. And then these marriages are real troubled. And I think it was the lack of deifying sex for Emily and I that led to a great marriage, and that has never been a problem for us. And I think there's a lot of weird stuff out there. Like when I listen to the red pill and the black pill, I listen to a lot of these things. I say this as a consumer, just kind of like watching. I don't think these movements are all that different from some of the stuff I saw in 90s Christians or whatever. Like we all are kind of responding to our time, and that tends to lead to some kind of weird stuff. You look back like 5 years, later, you're like, huh, that was a little goofy, wasn't it? And I see a lot of that kind of going on in some of this space, So I don't know if that's a great answer, but there's
Let me
an answer.
ask you a question. I'm seeing the in the chat about unconditional. Do you think you're because this is what we do with Pat. We get pretty deep into different things. I think on the last stream, what was the triggering mechanism last stream, Pat?
Well, we were talking about cheating.
Yeah, it was about cheating.
Yeah. So I was talking about that rare percentage of relationships that one partner cheating led to a breakthrough in it. That pissed off people so much.
Let's not forget me forgetting that a number 5 was a swamp monster. I didn't know that. People get all upset. I was like, you should be willing to settle for 5s. I didn't know that meant.
Yeah, exactly. That's a foster pissed them off.
Yeah,
the wrong number.
Me running a lot real quick.
You know what? One thing too, Michael. I think my life path is seeming kind of like Paul's in a way, because I think Paul was probably the first black pill person, or identifiably black pill, as let's say as an apostle. Remember, because he was even though he was married, he didn't choose to get married, or he didn't stay married, and he pretty much went on his way. Or you look at who is it? The prophet Elijah, the original Elijah, not Elisha. He was definitely, I looked at him as black pill. He got scared by Jezebel. So even though I look at those examples, I'm like, well, you can look at him and say, well, wait a minute. He was definitely black pill. He had his fragility. So that's one thing I liked about those heroes back then. But one reason why I brought Paul up, because he said, was a scripture saying about being married. I forget it offhand. I'm just like winging it. Where he's talking about, I choose not to be married, but if you're burning the flesh, get married.
1 Corinthians chapter 7.
Yes. And I like that scripture because it's where I'm at right now. Like if I'm burning, I might as well. But I'm like, nah. It looks like I'm going in a way where things are more straightforward. I'm older. I'm not running around. Something I'm a coin from your brother, Tony. He had made this one good analogy talking about it, where he said, as a young man, the gorilla's driving the car. As a middle-aged man, the gorilla's in the passenger seat. And as an older man, the gorilla's in the back seat. I love that. I love that saying, because I think I'm at that position where the gorilla's in the passenger seat and it's becoming more secondary versus the primary focus. Because again, it's tougher, especially for the young guys around these days, because sex is pumped at them at least 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, from the commercials down to the stuff, down to every marketing and things like that. So it's a little tougher, these days for guys to stay quote unquote pure.
Mm-hmm.
And then like when we had the girl, remember the lady I was talking about at the store, how coming in the church, I was never used to aggressive women like that until they say when you leave the hedge of protection. Now I'm in reality. I'm not understanding. I had to pick up really quick how to pick up on those cues because I was dead to them for so long. And even oh yeah, that's funny. Even Tony, yeah, like your background too. You like growing up in church. I don't know if you agree with that too, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you're right on the money there. One thing I want to say is that I don't want guys in the black pill community, and man, these guys are my brothers, man. And whether it's a Christian community or whatever community you're in, it could be your red pill community, but don't give up. I don't like the phrase that it's over. I understand what it means. I understand it probably more than most do when they say it's over. We understand the looks threshold and things like that. Yeah, if you don't meet that looks threshold, yeah, it's over. It's over for what you might think you could get. But I think that's an issue that the red pill, again, teaches you that you're going to get something that's out of your reach, and that's just a fact. But I don't want any guy to think that it's actually over for them. I think you need to know the truth. And if you want that marriage or you want that, I'm not big on getting married underneath the law. I think that's a tough one nowadays. I don't know. It doesn't matter if somebody agrees with me. So it's just, to me, it's like, just go for what you want and what's going to work for your life. That's to me, that's a real black pill truth. Live off the truth, period. And try not to be swayed in communities where it's too repetitive. You can be an individual in a community. And I don't want guys to lose their individualism in a community.
What I want to mention here with the truth, I mean, this is a really, really important point. You can't build a building without the foundation.
Mhm.
Okay. And you can look at each layer as a layer of truth, right? So I think it's very fair to say that the black pill is the foundation,
Mhm.
in the sense that if you don't understand how women work, if you don't understand the dark side of women, then there is no real way that you can build a relationship with them and have it really be proofed over time. I mean, this is the sort of related to the conversation between David and Michael about the church, is that the church has become increasingly, as we have gone through this postmodern society where we've deconstructed reality, that now we're at the point where there's a Supreme Court justice who can't say that, potential Supreme Court justice who can't define what a woman is, right?
Yeah.
She's not a biologist, right? We're at this point of complete deconstruction in society, that there's a real calling for individuals. Like, we got to go back down to the base layer truths. I mean, even with this war, right? Like, we're looking at the West, which is the big PR firm, and goes and pumps out whatever sort of material about what they want to be happening. And then you actually have Russia, which is operating much more in reality and is fighting a physical war, right? You need to get the foundations right. You need to understand biology of how people operate, how men and women operate, and what they're capable of in their lowest state. And there's a very physical aspect to this stuff. But we're not limited by that. The house is not a basement. You build on top of that. And so you build on top of these biological realities with increasing levels of depth, which become deeper and more spiritual. Now, you need that foundation. If the foundation disappears, the house collapses. But what I want to just emphasize for the guys in the black pill community, what you guys are doing is a service, in the sense that we live in a place where nobody seems to want to accept reality. You guys are bringing back focus to these core truths, which people need to understand, but don't also let yourselves then become reactionary and believe there's nothing beyond that. Because the reality that would be described as only black pill would be basically like caveman world. It's not civilization. It's not, things are built on top of that. And it's important to understand that. And so if we miscommunicate at times, it's not because I don't understand that stuff. I'm talking sometimes about things that are like the third story in the building. I'm not disputing anything in the basement or the first floor. It's that when you get to the third floor of the building, there's some different dynamics that come into play. And when you get to that third floor in the building, you understand it. You'll only understand it, though, if you go through it. There's a lot of people in the mainstream who just try to pretend you can exist in midair without those foundations, and you can't, and you will come crashing down to earth.
Now, would you agree, Pat, that women are I would say by the teachings, are over complicated instead of simplified?
Could you repeat that? Could you repeat that?
the definition of women is overcomplicated. Like they're not simplified. Like there's no like they say women's a mystery, and I'm like, it shouldn't be that way.
No, I don't think women are complicated. I think women operate differently from men, though.
Of
And
course.
so if you don't understand that, then they're complicated. If you approach women as a man, then they are an enigma. If you approach them objectively and understand how they operate, and also, though, not just simply objectively, but also understanding how you as a man are also affected by women, because women don't exist in a vacuum. We exist in our relationship to the woman. Then, yeah, you can learn quite a bit. And then once you get them, it's like everything's really simple and predictable. You can pretty much call them out rapidly. And that has been probably the biggest thing they've tried to deconstruct in society today, that women don't do that kind of stuff, that women are actually, they don't really have this dark side or whatever, or if they did it, it's because it was a man's fault or whatever. So no, I don't think that they're I don't find them complicated, but I mean, I've been in this for a while, and a lot of it I had to rediscover. You know, Michael would say, and he's probably right, that there's a lot of answers in the Bible. If I, if I was,
and
but
you know, and that's great you said that, because like that experience I had earlier was a shock treatment for me, because I was never privy to it or really seen an aggressive women head on. I've
Yeah.
heard stories or had your boys bragging, this chick wanted me so bad. Me, I'm like, oh, I had to chase behind these girls, because again, like as MD would say, that's the phantom incel kicks in. Oh, I had to always chase, and I had to always play games and dance around and make sure the air, put my finger in the air to test the wind to see if she's gonna like me today. But then when this lady is putting it on the table, I'm like, whoa, wow. That was a black pill moment, but it was more for me like a shock, because I haven't seen that in a long time, or I've experienced that at that level, where I've seen stories of desperate women, but you hear people's hearsay, and you've seen, you hear all the boys bragging, this chick wanted me so bad. And I'm like, really? But then all of a sudden you see it head on, like, is this real?
I want to go to Michael Foster with this question real quick.
Little Woody Johnson.
Yo, that dude is so based.
Let's go to
Yeah.
this. This is I just I don't know, man. I don't want my black pill brothers to miss out on anything good. That's my worry.
My answer is not going to be popular on this one.
No, go for it, man. This is not popular TV.
All right, here's a black pill for you. The divorce rate's never been 50%. That's BS. Right. The fact is, the divorce rate in the church isn't 50%. The divorce rate in the church is closer to the lower 30s. And when you start filtering out divorce rates among looking at the variables, the divorce rates drop pretty rapidly. The fact is, there's a ton of bad marriages, bad matches, and also repeat marriages. One reason divorce rate's so high is because it factors in people that have been married twice and 3 times.
Yeah.
All these guys think they know their calculations, Matt. They don't know crap. They haven't taken the time to actually do the study. If you actually do the study, I've been a Christian 24 years, and I had a lot of friends. A lot of us got married in our early 20s, and there's one divorce between 20 of us, right? So we all came from churches that taught the Bible as authoritative. We all believe in male headship, and all the marriages are pretty good. Some are better than others. So here's a real black pill. There's a lot of happy marriages out there, legal marriages, right? With marriage license. Oh no, what are we gonna do? I mean, that's the reality. The reality is that there are certain marriages that are high risk and certain marriages that are low risk, and you want to avoid high risk marriages. There's a lot of But the thing is, there's a lot against these guys. So I don't take me being too annoying here. I just get sick of the calculations by people that don't probably understand them. There are a lot of guys that don't have the support structure of a church, of a good extended family. They don't have the good background. They didn't find the girl in a good place. So all those different factors put them at risk in some of these divorce categories. But the idea that like all marriages have like this toss of a coin chance of going to divorce is just retarded. It's just not true. There's like it's not true at all. It's not factually based. There's nothing about it. If you care about truth, you would never say that. If you say that, you simply just don't know what you're talking about. Now that don't get me wrong. Been around in this space long enough to know, I've seen some things go pretty bad. I really have. But it is interesting to me that like a lot of the way people in this space can approach marriage is like from a negative assumption. They like hear all these negative stories, and I can remember when I worked as a collector for Citibank that I worked in they call it bucket 6. So basically it's right before you have to charge everyone off. They've been 6 months. They've been 6 months late, and it made you feel like everyone had a credit card, didn't pay their credit card. Right. But the reality is that 97% at that time, it's 2001, actually paid their credit cards. They never went later than a month. But when you're hearing all these, you're talking to a bunch of debtors that are 6 months behind and whatever, it influences the way you think about things. And I think that there's a lot of that going on in the space where you're dealing with people that have gone through some really terrible, legitimately terrible things. And it does cloud their vision on how they do things. And so anyway.
Well, one thing just to kind of make an analogy with this, I mean, anybody who understands the laws, the marriage laws, knows that they're unfair by and large against men. Some
Sure.
states are better than others. Some are pretty brutal. Some are not quite as brutal, but it's overall unfair, anti-father, and it's fucked up. I mean, simple as fucked up. But what people don't seem to understand is that the bad laws, to a very minor extent, actually prevent the divorces from happening. You would have to really roll things back to when, a woman would lose access to all assets and children if she were to divorce, to actually see a meaningful impact in divorce rates from policy. And the reality is that, what were those marriages anyway at that point? I mean, that wasn't a marriage. That was two people living in different houses, and it was more of like a wealth preservation thing. A lot of these arguments are like, we need more seatbelts to prevent car accidents. It's like car accidents happen and the seatbelt stops it from being as bad of a situation. But this lack of a seatbelt is not really blocking anything whatsoever to do with the car accident.
I'll speak to this. Good marriages or
Let me say something real quick. The word happy to me is a fleeting moment. Okay. I think there's let's not confuse happiness with contentment.
Yeah.
Okay? Contentment are two different things. I think a lot of guys really think that happy to me is like, I'm fucking happy. I won some lottery money or something like that. To me, that's happy. Content means you're good with what's going on.
So I could speak in more specific terms if people can. Yeah. Joyful, contented, satisfied, productive marriages, full of children, plenty of sex, smiles, joy, all of that.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
that feels like the first month of the marriage, what I've witnessed and seen. Then you hear the loud "I hate you" and the arguments, or you go into your friend's house and it's an uncomfortable argument. Or I got a guy at one of my jobs, he's like, "I'm getting divorced," and I'm like, because I grew up in that time, especially in like the 80s and 90s. Because I'm a child of I'm a grown man, but I was a child of a divorce. I've seen it happen twice, at the same time. So I know there's a smaller, it's just, I think marriage needs to be taught more honestly instead of the sunshine and rainbows.
But here's my thing. What I'm
Because
saying,
it's like,
this is the honest truth, and the honest truth is painful to some people that these good marriages are out there because all they've seen is the bad ones. And like if you're black pill, you're willing to come to the brutal reality. The brutal reality is that some people have what you don't. It's real. Like the joyful, good, productive marriages are real, and they do exist. And what I would say, until you're willing to comprehend that and say, well, okay, maybe they're happy, but it's sexless. That must be it. It must not be actual happy. No, there must be some darkness behind closed doors, right? That's coping, man. And these are people.
I'm gonna straight up agree with you there on that.
And I'm not. And what I want everybody to hear in the chat and everything is, I'm not denying. I'm with Pat. The family law, divorce law, all this is jacked.
It makes it less lucrative.
Jacked. It's messed up. And there's a lot of real problems, and not everyone has the same cards dealt to them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to deny all that, but I'm not going to come in here and allow people to say, oh, it's just not really happy marriages. BS, man. BS. I don't buy any of it.
I've seen people.
Yeah, hold the truth. I agree with you there, man. You can't promise to.
Yeah, it's a gamble.
Nobody is discounting that at all in any way, shape, or form. We've all seen those brutal marriages. I see, dude, I have a remodeling business. You have no idea how many I see, but I also see a lot of good marriages that people have been together for years.
Let me flip this for a second here.
I'm gonna just say one thing too. A lot of guys, this is what I've noticed, okay? A lot of guys gonna say, oh, I'm gonna lose half my shit. And my response to that is, what do you actually fucking have? 90% of the guys, what are you going to lose? Your 2001 Toyota Corolla? I mean, and I mean that in a bad way. And I don't want that to seem like a knock on people. But if you don't have shit, you ain't losing shit. So, you might want to upgrade. That's my opinion.
This, maybe 30 or 40 minutes ago, I mentioned how I went deep into black pill, red pill, because they had some really fundamental truths and it was important to know. But I also saw couples that didn't seem to fundamentally operate, not that they didn't exist within the relationship embedded, but that there were relationships that were not anything remotely close to how black pill, red pill people would classify a relationship should be. And they were super happy, right? In the sense of there was a lot of connection and communication between them. Everything was really good. And I had to look at those relationships because I couldn't tell myself that people online who were pointing out these truths, I'm like, man, they're really right. But, well, these people are also right because I look at them and they're genuinely happy. So what are they doing right that's making a happy relationship? What are these people doing wrong that's making a relationship fall apart? And I had to kind of put those things together. You had to integrate all of them together. And it's really important to understand this. The second thing I would say here is that there's a lot of focus on, well, are these marriages actually happy? Are people actually happy in marriages? And my contention would be, are there happy single people? Because I see a lot of very unhappy people across the board, and unhappy people make unhappy marriages. That's just the reality.
When you're single, they try to create a Disney fairy tale. Oh, when you get married, it's going to be all this. And like in my experience, it's going to be like this. You're going to have fun. Then you're seeing them like cursing each other out. You're like,
I don't think, but see, David, I would contend that those people weren't actually happy because they were looking at somebody else.
It was like
to
a hard
make
sell.
them happy.
Yeah.
And they have this fantasy about it that, oh my God, if I get with this person, it's like Michael was talking about, like, put sex on this pedestal. Like once we get married, the sex is going to be incredible. It's going to be this, I mean, sex is incredible in marriage, but when you put anything, you put pressure on something so much that it has to be this at this moment, otherwise everything's bad. Well, you're setting yourself up for failure. And so a lot of these people, they put themselves in this fantasy dynamic with a woman. It falls apart. They get burned. They get pissed off. And then they go back in their private life. And then they say, well, at least now I'm safe, but they're not happy. They're safe.
I was supposed to be alpha.
Well,
Sorry.
here's what I would say is, I mean, this is where I differ with everyone on marriage, is that I don't think marriage is about making us happy. I don't. So I'm a Christian. I think marriage is a creation ordinance that God has designed us to fill the world with people who will worship him. So the old there's three purposes of marriage in old Protestant teachings, goes way back. It might even be pre-Protestant, but helpful companionship, protection against sexual immorality, and the propagation of godly seed. So in other words, someone that can be with you through the ups and downs of life as you build this world together. Sexual morality, so you're not just sleeping around, but you're having legitimate godly sex that's within a marriage, and creating people. My problem, I think one of the main problems with marriage is everyone wants it to self-actualization, to make them happy, to be the source of all joy and whatever. And so marriage is this terminates with inside itself, has no greater purpose. It's two people looking at each other and wanting each other to fulfill each other, as opposed to two people side by side looking at the world and trying to build something together.
State sanctioned marriage. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
just to your point though, Michael, I mean, and it's really important for people to understand, and this is some of the contention about the word happy. There's a lot of stuff that you go through with a marriage that isn't happy, and it dredges up a lot of your own crap. That in the end leads to a way more happy and fulfilling dynamic, but you very often in a marriage will set aside short-term happiness in order to get that long-term fulfillment. This is an interesting kind of conversation with the legal marriage argument, which I know a lot of people are taking that route. I don't necessarily think if you want to have children, that it really means much, because of how the laws affect parental rights and everything like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, and maybe in specific situations with alimony. But the big thing here I want to mention actually is that the fact that my wife and I were married at a certain point, legally married, was very important, because there was a point when we were gonna, like I mentioned earlier, that there was it was gonna go one way or another. And we both acknowledge that if we had been simply cohabitating, we probably would not have stayed together. And that would have been a real tragedy for both of us. As a result of having to really face each other in that moment, we were able to discard a lot of crap and move into something that was way more fulfilling. Because at the end of the day, just to return to my original point with this, we had our own issues. We had our own unhappiness, let's put it that way, that we were bringing to the marriage, and that was affecting the marriage. And so we were forced to deal with our own stuff and make ourselves happy and help each other with that, right? But that was what created the foundation of 2.0 of our relationship, of our marriage. 3.0 probably, because we had the initial period, which was much more fantasy. Then you have the dip, and people don't want to go through that pain. People don't want to go through any kind of tough pain today, right? Nobody wants to face anything. Everybody just wants the easy way out, and sometimes you don't get what you really want unless you can face yourself in the process.
So. I wonder if the people, do they know where where marriage license come from in America? I'm curious to even know.
Let me pause you 1 second. I want to recognize the chat real quick. We have Michael Foster's bat.
Yes. I love it.
It's just, I remember the bat story, man, and that's where the leather jacket story was on the same.
Negan Maxon.
And we got a Michael Foster's bat in the chat, man. I just love
Mad
this.
respect. Thank you.
I want to recognize MD. You know, this is MD, right? Michael Foster, Smash TV. That's MD, MGTOW Dictionary. Did you know that?
Man, the myth,
I
the
didn't know
legend.
that, but I
Yeah,
like
that's
MD.
that's MD. You know MD, right?
Yeah, we talked a couple times. Seems like a good guy.
Yeah. I just want to recognize him. I like the back and forth. That's not scared of it, you know. And MD, I totally respect your opinions, man. Just like everybody, you know, I haven't blocked one person tonight, and that's great because there's a lot of times where it's like, you know, some of the. Let me tell you why, because I appreciate everybody's opinion. You don't have to like me. You don't have to like Michael Foster. You don't have to like David Little. You don't have to like Pat Stedman. But again, if we can't have these conversations, man, that's when the phrase "it's over" comes in. You know what I mean? But you know, MD, Hold the Truth Hostage, Primal Studies, all you guys, Primal Studies, you ought to jump on, man. You got a lot.
Is it fair to say too, Tony? I think it's fair to say that we all are in basic agreement on the problems.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? I think that's true. And in that, like, where guys come together, multiple perspectives saying this is messed up. I think the question is like solution, short-term, long-term. That's where the tension comes in. And that's fine. Like when we're dealing with a problem that's massive and unique, right? But I think it's when we start talking about solutions, it is a little difficult.
MD. MD is the man.
Yeah, you know what? One of the classic streams is when MD and Michael Foster were battling. That was just, I remember that last year.
That was a barn burner, man.
That was great, man. That's what we need in this space.
That's the one where you said I was getting red.
We don't.
You had to take a drink too. You had to get the water. Like
I was like, dude. Usually when I get on these streams, I've been for like 20 hours at a day. You know, it's like I've had 3 glasses of wine. So like I'm gonna be red. Like, you know what I did? I was in Vegas. What time is it? I was in Vegas like just 12 hours ago. You know,
nice.
I got here. I was out there doing a trade show. I flew out there Monday at 5 a.m. And I came home this morning on a red eye. So usually I'm just like I'm always red at this point.
Look at
but I remember that.
So if you guys we're not in an echo chamber here, and that's what I like, man. You know, if you were to say this shit on Rolo stream or one of those streams, these guys would never post your comments or fucking
Bants. Having bants is part of what it's like being with guys. You know what I mean? I mean, like, you know, it's just part of the deal. Rolo would block you.
Yeah.
I got a good question for the panel as I'm thinking about it before I lose a thought. When will the war between single men and married men end? Because it's like single men get demonized by married people. Single men say, look at my life. It's awesome. Look at you. When are we all going to finally come to agreements and enjoy, you know, each other's company?
I think we enjoy each other's company. I just think that there's different, there's disconnects here and there. And that's personal choice. I have nothing against somebody that wants to have a happy marriage. I don't even like that word, a content marriage. That word happy is triggering to me. It really is.
Freaking awesome. Hey, that's tequila. Don't drink that.
You know,
sorry,
it's like,
my 13-year-old.
It's like being. Oh yeah, go ahead, Tony. Sorry about that.
I think that, like I said, happy is a fleeting moment. In other words, you can be happy, but I think contentment and there's another word I'm trying to get out. But you know, everybody's. You know, I went through a divorce. I had the easiest divorce ever. I've had breakups. You know, I won't say breakup. I'll say a breakup in my past 28 years. That was 10 times worse to me than a divorce. 10 times worse. So I think everything is relative to what you're going through in your life. You know, I don't think that marriage is off the table for me. I really don't. Do I think that legal marriage is off the table? Absolutely. For me, that's not a question.
And this
It was
that
the
as you were
Puritans
saying
brought
that.
legal
Oh, go
marriage.
ahead, Michael.
It was the marriage license go back to the Puritans. They wanted to bring the magistrate in it because of arguments over property when the divorce came up, and they thought the government, because it was a civil matter, because of dividing a property, that's where marriage license got involved.
Hey, Primal, good to see you, man.
Hey, gentlemen,
Primal.
appreciate you calling out my name and inviting me up to the panel. I appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely, man. Everybody's welcome. For
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Pat, Michael, appreciate you both. Even though sometimes I disagree with people's opinions, it doesn't mean that we can't have a cordial conversation, and I appreciate you guys and your insights. So I think there's always something to be learned no matter where you go, right?
Absolutely.
100%. 100%, man.
I guess I have a quick question, Tony. It's just about, and maybe it's for Pat and Michael mostly, but I guess in your opinion, where does the line get drawn? Like, is there a certain threshold that you're saying, like, all right, this is it? Like, I'm not, if we want to substitute out the word happy and maybe use the word satisfied, how much dissatisfaction for how long of a period do you think is a reasonable for a person to go through before they end a relationship or end a marriage? I guess that's kind of an open-ended question, but I'm just curious to hear your thoughts.
Let me give my 2 cents real quick on this.
Yeah.
Okay? This is from an outsider's perspective. Okay. We'll say that I've heard women say, okay, he was controlling. Now, I went back and my response to this was a lot of times, and I'm not blaming it on the man, but I find out in this space that men do not hold themselves accountable. They are not accountable for their actions. When somebody says they're controlling, I explained it as, yeah, controlling is bad. The issue is you weren't being led, you were being controlled. To me, those are two different things. Being led and being controlled are two, if this is my opinion, two different things. If you were being led, yes, it would have worked out. When you're trying to be controlled, a weak man, in my opinion, controls a woman. A strong man leads a woman. That's my 2 cents on that. And I'm big on accountability, man. I'm always about accountability. Like I was talking to Elliot Hulse when I told him we talk about female nature, fucking female nature. My opinion to that was female nature is what you allowed into your life. You knew it was going to happen. It's kind of like the scorpion and the frog. Not saying all women are scorpions by any means, but you knew what could happen and you accepted it. So hold yourself accountable for the shit you brought into your life. And that's the problem with the manosphere. To me, that's the biggest problem with the manosphere is no one holds themselves accountable for the shit they brought into their life or the shit they caused in their own life. So that's my.
No, that's great, Tony.
Oh,
Primal, it's a really good question. Really good question. This is maybe not going to be a satisfying answer, but it can take anywhere from weeks to years. And here's why there's that range. What is the reason for the problem? Why does the problem exist? So if you and your woman are having an ongoing fight, maybe that fight in a certain sense is going on. The pattern is continuing for year after year after year after year. You say, well, how long should you deal with it? And the reality is that you deal with it for as long as you are tired, as long as you are willing to deal with it. At a certain point, are you willing to break the pattern? Is one of you willing to break the pattern? Relationships collapse or upgrade when someone is willing to break the pattern. And that's just the reality of the situation. The man's job is to be more aware and to help to lead that. But inevitably, there's going to be times when, the woman's going to show the man himself. And so a lot of guys, and this goes back to the previous point, which is that people get freaked out about pain. It's like, well, how long are you willing to deal with pain? Well, let's go to what Tony just said. Is the woman causing the pain, or are you causing the pain? Is the woman a reflection? Is the pain that the woman is allegedly causing you a reflection of yourself? I've worked with clients. I can't even tell you. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal is not the right word. It's crazy to watch it. It's awesome in the archaic sense of the word. Like you can't believe that you're seeing it. The kind of shit that guys will deal with from a woman. I mean, absolutely the most abusive crap that you could possibly imagine. And yet they have a hard time leaving. They don't know if they can leave her. Well, let's say that relationship ended and that the woman left. That guy would find a repeat relationship again with the same kind of woman. It's the same thing over and over again. So it's really important for the guy to learn the lesson, and that should be ideally as fast as possible. I actually try to help guys to learn lessons fast so that they can move through these stages. But some guys, some relationships, it can be years of pain until they learn the lesson. But the flip side of it is that if that man were to leave before the lesson was learned in that relationship, he's going to repeat it in the next relationship. And that's why I'm not anti-divorce, but I think most couples do better to stick with it, because that's where the breakthrough happens. You might as well go through and you might as well break through that pattern, because that's actually what's stopping you from being happy or fulfilled or whatever the fuck you want to use that isn't going to piss off people.
Hey, here's my question, Primal. Are you for or against no fault divorce?
No fault divorce?
Yeah.
Well, I've full disclaimer, I've been divorced twice, and I don't really like the no fault divorce, but it is what it is. So yeah.
Well, no, I'm talking about just on paper here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've just kind of accepted that's what it is, and I kind of just that's where we're at. Yeah.
I feel like you're dodging my question. No, I'm not trying to be but is no fault divorce, was it a good or bad thing for us?
Like, should people be penalized if they get divorced under bad circumstances? Is that kind of
correct? Yes.
I feel there should be some ownership on bad behavior in divorces. Yes.
All right. So is not feeling happy?
No, I don't think, because that would be really hard to quantify, right?
For both a man or a woman. So
correct. Yeah.
So if we're saying no fault divorce is kind of led to a mess up, and it certainly did. 1969, underneath Reagan in California, spreads rapidly through the United States, leads to the rapid meltdown of the families as realized in the late 70s and 80s and in our families, which is thrown into the next level of problems in the 90s and 2000s when it gets us to where we're at right now. I think that's a big part of the breakdown in the family here. And a lot of the problems we have with family law and all that stuff is that there's no accountability that people can get out of their marriages for any freaking reason they want. Right. And so I think, like, when I hear people talk about that, I think I wonder what they believe the purpose of marriage is. Like, what is the purpose of marriage? Why are you getting married? Why would someone get married? What is it? Is this like friendship or something, or what?
Question for me?
Oh yeah, I'll throw it to the panel. I'd love to hear what anyone says the purpose of marriage is.
I used to think a certain kind of way about it. Is it was something you were supposed to do. You were supposed to get married. You were supposed to have a family. You were supposed to have a white picket fence and the garage and the cars and all the things. And that was the American dream, right? As I've gotten older, and yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt you, but
no.
Is there any accountability for the failure of your marriage by you?
Yeah, there's things I could have done better.
Like what? I don't want to get.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm a pretty open book.
Yeah,
I've been married twice. My first marriage, I got married very young. I was 23. She was 20. I was in the military, and she slept with somebody else while I was away. It happens, right? So
yep.
That's a thing. I could have been away less, maybe, but that would have not really been the reality. So I guess that's kind of a tough one. And then my second time I was married, my now ex-wife, her mother died unexpectedly, and she fell into a pretty bad depression, right? And it very much changed the dynamic of our relationship. I could have tried to have continued to be more understanding, but after a prolonged period of years of kind of a tumultuous relationship, in large part due to her depression having a huge impact on us, I said, I'm done. So could I have continued to stay it out? Yeah. But after years of being dissatisfied, I said, I'm done. That was it. So that's kind of why I had those questions.
Yeah.
Is there anything you could have done? Like, do you think it was any failure on your part?
I don't feel like it was any failure on my part. I feel like life happened and I played the cards that were in front of me. And I felt like I played the cards to the best of my ability, right?
Yep.
Well, here's what I would say. Just continuing down the line of being unpopular tonight. I mean, I just think we take vows when we get married, vows before God. I think I hear this whole conversation. If you don't know the purpose of marriage, this whole conversation is kind of pointless. Like, why do we get married? I mean, so you basically said, Primal, you gave a really honest answer, I think, that represents what most people think, which is kind of like, well, it's what we're supposed to do. It's what our culture tells us, right?
Demand.
And not really like there's no deeper metaphysical, spiritual meaning to it other than just it's what we're supposed to do. It'll be a good thing. And then it turns out that it's not that great. And then that creates a cognitive dissonance. But, you know, I just think, we have to understand the purpose of marriage for this conversation to make any sense. And that'd be the breakdown between me and a lot of people is I see like in marriage, one of our vows is in sickness and health, right? Like we take vows before God. And because bad things happen, right? I've had guys that lose like the power to use their legs or something, and women wanting to divorce them. And they're like, you can't do that. You took a vow before God. But, you know, vows before God don't seem to matter very much these days. But I think the question of the purpose of marriage is going to be the driving thing. And if the purpose of marriage is, if it terminates inside the relationship in itself, I think it's pretty much doomed.
I have a question for you, Michael. At what point do you think that someone's obligated to stay in a marriage if the other party gives up on the marriage?
So there's two biblical answers to this, and there's some disagreement. I'm on the more liberal side on allowing divorce. So in the super conservative side of Christianity, I'm on the more liberal side. Just put this in context. There's people that are like stricter than me. So, so Jesus says that you can divorce your spouse over porneia. So it's translated sexual immorality. Right. So some people say adultery, but it's actually a broader term than adultery in the Greek. So porneia, the question is like if she does oral sex, if they hold hands, if he either sticks the tip in, what are we talking like here?
Right? Blown covenant, basically. You blew the covenant.
Yeah.
So your wife, yeah.
I think the word is it's breaking. I think it's a breaking of the one flesh union, which just means that like they actually engage in something that's like sex, equivalent. So oral sex, something to that, manual stimulation, whatever. It's something to that. And so then he doesn't say it requires divorce, but it allows divorce. Okay. So porneia, that's one reason. The other thing is in 1 Corinthians 7, he talks about if a believer is married to an unbeliever and the unbeliever won't stay in the marriage.
Unequally yoked?
Well, that's a different part, actually. But this says basically if the unbeliever won't stay in the marriage and abandons the marriage, then that person's free from the covenant. So here's the question then. Can someone stay in a marriage physically, but abandon it in some significant way that's equivalent to it, okay?
Yeah.
And so I'm in the place where I say, well, in a lot of Protestants, like, so let's say a wife refuses to have sex with her husband. Well, part of the marriage covenant is having sex, right? That's part of one of the marriage purpose of it. So if someone for a sustained period of time refuses to have sex, we're talking a period of time that's like equal to abandonment, then could we say that that person's qualified for divorce? I would say that discussion's definitely on the table.
Yeah.
Right. Because like when you guys came and made this covenant together and took vows before God, part of it is understanding that you all would be intimate with one another. And now you're violating that, and not just for a period of time because you're sick or whatever. This is a willful, purposeful, sustained violation of your vows. Okay. So I would say, so let's take a guy beating a wife, right? So a chick talks back to you and you slap her. Can she divorce you over that? I don't think so. And I'd say the same thing. Women slap men all the time, right? Because they know we're not allowed to
men slap women.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And I always point this out to women. I always like, okay, so you slap your husband, can he divorce you? Well, no. Well, why? Because it's not abandonment. But if you're beating the crap out of somebody, the woman or the man, and that's happening all the time, could that be grounds for divorce? I think so, under the abandonment clause, because you're one body. You're supposed to be protecting each other, not a harm. So it's like some sort of massive violation of your vows that's sustained over a period of time. So porneia, some sort of significant sexual breach, or abandonment, some sort of long-term sustained breaking of your vows. I would say under that, you're allowed to go ahead and pursue divorce if that's what you want.
So a follow-up to that, because, and I don't want to make too many tangential analogies with it, but so you're with a woman and you know that she's just, and the guys here all know what I'm talking about. The girl checks out of the relationship. She's not interested anymore. She's still in it. She's going through the motions, and probably if there isn't a guy already, there's only a matter of time before there's another guy in the picture. Even if she weren't to jump, though, she's just out. She doesn't care about the relationship. She's done with it. Are you justified in seeing her detachment, disinterest in working through any problem, any sort of lack of intimacy? And look, what if she's a woman? She checks the boxes. So she says she's we'll do a hypothetical to deal with some of the sexual stuff that you mentioned here. She's a Christian woman, by background. So once a month she opens her legs and lies flat to allow her husband to do something, So at what point, and this is difficult to say because it becomes very subjective, but is the man allowed to say, you know what, this isn't even really a marriage here. She doesn't want to, and she doesn't really care. Everything is just box checking. And I think that women, frankly, also have counter arguments against men in this domain, right? But we're talking to guys here, and what guys have experienced is that, at what point are you justified as a man in saying, you know what, this isn't something that you don't want to work on this, you don't want to engage with this? Because I totally understand, like, you guys are fighting, but you're fighting's communication. It's bad communication, but it's communication. Like, there's a lot of hope and potentiality there to solve things. At this kind of Cold War situation, when is it reasonable to pull the plug?
Again, for me, it's going to be porneia and abandonment. It's going to fall between one of those. And another thing I would say that might add another dimension to this is, so that, like, in our church, if someone's unfaithful and we bring charges, we could excommunicate them.
Yeah.
Right. They would be named before the entire congregation. Ooh. We've excommunicated Sheila because she was unfaithful to her husband.
You actually shame. Wow. I haven't seen that in church in a long time.
And we would do that. We'd stand with the husband. And so I think when I hear these conversations, like, we're in the, so here's how to think about this conversation. you are piddling around the Roman wreckage, right? The broken down temples and everything. And that's America.
Yeah.
Right? Like there once was a world of accountability, a world where to be a bastard was shameful, a world to be divorced was shameful, a world where this stuff would cost you something. And I think we have to recapture all these things. And guys like me have planted churches trying to do that, like trying to build back the structure of these things. I feel like when I get in the black pill conversation, it's family law, family law, family law, family law. We got to change the law. Once we change the law, we'll change everything. Well, look, law proceeds from culture. How do you create culture? Right? Do individuals create cultures or do households? I'll tell you right now, it's households. It always has been and always will be. And so we can't. There's no winning if we don't create households. It's just not. It's not going to happen. But you know, like the deck is stacked. You know, obviously, but that's the situation we're in. You know, this is Thermopylae. You know, like you got to go for it and fight. And that's the sort of time we're in right now. And I would say, with a lot of these questions about when do you check out a marriage, well, what you vow before God? What were your vows? Are you a man of your word or not? You know, do you keep your vows or did you just say it? Were you just some stooge up there repeating what someone told you like you're a puppet or something? Or do you mean the things you say? Right?
I'm, you know, as everybody here knows, Michael and I are 90+%
absolutely,
in alignment with all this stuff. The only thing I would say, and I totally understand, and I actually, I mean, I even think with what you're saying, I'm pretty much on board with it myself. I just want to make the point that I have seen a lot of marriages shift only when the man was willing to walk away.
Oh, I think a guy. So look, women are entitled in this culture and coddled by everybody, by the law, by most pastors. Most pastors are suck up, push over white knights, right? That's the reality
Amen
of it.
to that.
And that is a reality. It's a sad reality. And but I there's a guy that's in an unhappy marriage that's asked me what to do. He doesn't want to divorce her, and he doesn't think he should. I don't think he should. I just told him, you know, you should just get happy. Like, start doing stuff without her. You don't even include her. Don't even, like, if she wants to be part of it, like, let her be part of it, but don't invite her at all. Like, I don't know what is going to make you happy like you would enjoy right now, but if you see something on your house you want to work on, just work on it. Or if you want to join a bowling league, join it. Like, it's like, I don't care. Start enjoying life again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, don't let everything orbit around her. Like, start to build some of your own orbit, man, some of your own gravitas, and get it back. And that's a way of saying to her, I have a life. I have a life without you. I had a life before you. I have a life now, and God forbid if we should have to separate, I will. I'll have a life after you. And I do think guys are, you know, I think the red pill idea of orbiters is, you know, it's kind of undeniable, right? I think there are a lot of guys that are kind of orbiting around their wife. So when you say they have to be, it doesn't change to they're willing to walk away. I don't disagree. I would, we try to put a mid step there.
Yeah.
Right. Which is basically say like, dude, stop trying to suck up to her all the time and pull her back in and just start doing something. Right. Like start enjoying something again. Because what most women want and need is a guy that's got his own thing going on anyhow. Right. And, but yeah, those are some of my opinions on this. And again, all this, I think I'm not an idealist in these areas. I'm pretty pragmatic. That would be my problem. I've had both with the black pill at times, the red pill mostly. Black pill I'm kind of new to, and I'm just trying to take it all in. So if I get something wrong, forgive me. I'm not trying to whitewash here, but I do feel like there's a sort of mechanical idealism that it's not helpful. Like, no, that couldn't happen, or it always goes this way. Where I'm like, well, life is way more nuanced and complicated than that.
Grover, is it? Am I right? The Tip Network, THPP, is that what they say? Tip Network.
Correct. Tip Network.
Okay, cool.
My
Welcome,
audio okay?
man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. I'm glad you're here. I know you're in our Instagram chat, man. That's
yes.
To me, that's one of the greatest chats on Instagram. So
it's a dynamic chat. There's a lot of different perspectives, and I'm really honored to be invited to it, honestly. And this is a really good conversation. I got to tell you that someone who's married and with somebody, I really understand the fear of getting into that type of situation before you go into it. I mean, financially, socially, the pressure of family. I come from a very traditional Southern Baptist family where you get married, we're not going to be running around doing this. You get married regardless. You go home and you take it out, take care of the business. You don't put your business on the street. So I really, what the gentleman, I forgot your name, Mr. Foster, what you said really resonated with me, especially about how you handle the situation when you get married. This is one thing that first of all, maybe it's a cheat code because I didn't marry a westernized woman. I married a woman who was an immigrant from Oaxaca, Mexico. And she would be the first one to tell you that she doesn't believe that men and women are equal. She believes that men need to lead. But that also puts pressure on me to lead, to take care of situations. And I think that a lot of men go into a situation and don't understand that not only do you have to understand what you're doing financially, what you're getting yourself into, because in California, it's the only contract that you're required to sign with the state. So every other contract, I could sign a contract between you and me. The state doesn't have to get involved. Marriage certificates, state of California signs that. So really, you have to understand what you're doing. Now, let me make my point. Something that I heard you say was like, if she's not being perceptive to you, and I haven't been in that situation, like a sexless marriage or an affectionless marriage, because most men, especially you get around my age, I'm not needing. I don't want to tell on myself, but I don't need gratification 2 or 3 times a day like I did when I was 25. If that makes sense, but I do need femininity, affection, and rules in place, and being the head of household. So I heard you say, well, just go on and do things without it. But I think that if you don't establish that from the beginning in a relationship, that this is the way it's going to be, you're done. You're done because my grandfather, who was like my major role model in a long marriage, because my grandfather was married for 57 years, told me, if you lack once, if you don't put God at the head of your house, and you under God, the woman under you, and the children under the women, soon as that breaks down, you've lost your household and you're done. I'm always hesitant to add these old school values because people look at me like a fossil. But it's interesting that people may look at me as a fossil, but I'm a fossil with a successful life going on right now. Because sometimes the older ways are the ways that it's supposed to work. You don't have to fix everything and make everything modern. And so just my 2 cents on it. I wanted to, I've been kind of sniping in and out because I've been very busy, but just my 2 cents on it.
I love that. And that's something that Jesse says, which is God in Christ, Christ in man, man over woman, woman over children. And I like that. I like that sequence, even though I'm not in that sequence.
Not yet.
To me, that seems to be a for a marriage, that would be a a working formula, in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't know a marriage that works without that. Look, I all of my boys, my compadres, my friends, my G's, whatever we call it, right? They all got married really young. I'm the one who waited till I was like late in the game to get married. And their marriages all fell apart. And they had these really modern marriages. And man, so and we also got to be careful talking like this. I mean, I work in tech in Silicon Valley, so you know, I could be breakdancing for food next week on the sidewalk if I say the wrong thing.
Turn off your camera, just keep going.
Nah, I'm a little vain also. I love to see my face, so I'm gonna just go on and just let it be what it is.
I appreciate the courage.
But here's the deal. Like if I see everybody failing, everyone's failing doing it one way, why would I try to do it that way?
Yeah.
And then I have an example of what works. Why would I get away from that? It's just I'm sorry. And hey, I got pretty good grades in college, but I maybe just taking that approach and learning what comes against you really works, so
I agree with you. And you got two younger guys on the panel, Pat Stedman and Michael Foster, who have working marriages because they are using the old school Christian values. And to me, that's something to look toward. Again, I don't, me at 59, I'll be honest, I still don't have a kid off the table. That's not off the table for me yet, believe it or not.
Sean Connery got some woman pregnant when he's like 70.
Yeah, I mean, there's, that's not off the table. But also, like I said, I don't think marriage is off the table. And I say I don't think. Would I have a legal marriage? Probably not. But
oh yes, you are a smart man, Mr. Bruno.
Yeah, the value system that we have in place now in the West, like you said, modern values don't work. And I think that's what upset the flow of a regular, normal family.
So Grover, can I ask you a question?
We do live in a disposable society. You know that. I mean, everything is disposable. I think of me growing up, things weren't disposable. We took the bottles back to the store.
Yeah.
Everything is disposable now.
Everything coming back in the next few months.
Yeah.
A Zenith television lasted 20 years.
Yeah.
So Grover, with your friends, I'm curious about this because so I'm the very end of something. I'm the youngest Gen X or oldest millennial, depending on who you listen to. So born in 1980. Em and I started dating in 1999. We're high school sweethearts. Okay. We both come from old school families. I was partially raised by a Holocaust survivor, and Em by a pretty strict Catholic family, right? So, so I was an ethnic Jew, converted to Christianity when I was 17, and so we kind of come from a different background, a different way, and that certainly plays a part in our marriage. And I try to always lay those cards on the table in these conversations because I just want to be honest. Like I don't want to, like I've seen boomers kind of like talk past people at times and not recognize how much things have changed. I'm trying not to do the same. But you think you talked about your friends. I wonder, looking back, how many of them were going through the motions and how many of them had put some thought into the marriage? Because older men rarely get married without a good deal of meditation. Yeah, you know what I mean? They don't just, that's not just a decision they make. Once you get into your upper 30s, into your 40s in particular, you're not marrying without doing some calculations and weighing things. When you look back to those younger friends, how many of them had kind of counted the cost, you think?
A lot of my younger friends got married because of libido. They got married because, and I don't want to, look, it's not my platform, but I'm going to clean it up as much as I can. The booty was big and it looked good. That's why a lot of cats got married.
DeVoe warned them about that, right?
Yeah. Never trust a big butt and a smile. Look at you coming with the poison reference. Okay, now I'm at home.
Don't
now I'm at home.
Another validation. I'll go all night.
Girl is boy.
No. So here's the deal. Me, I was older when I got married. I was the worst. When I say I was the worst, I was like, I was the worst when my dad pulled me aside and said, "Boy, what are you doing?" Like, my dad had to talk with me at 30 and 35, told me I needed extra Jesus. Okay. I'm just going to be real. I was not ready to get married. I had lived in overseas for 2 years twice, and once in Europe and once in Southeast Asia. I'm not gonna act like I was an angel anywhere. But what did learn, and always and everybody who knows me, Primal has been around me. He knows I talk about my dad all the time. You got to talk about the great men who shape your life, because I was privileged enough to have my dad as my mentor, not only the person who shaped my foundation, but as I got older, he was my mentor. And that doesn't happen to a lot of men. And so all of these guys who were impressed with, she looks like this, and she does this, and she does that. She has this type of job, and this and that and this. And then I was like, yeah, okay, so you're looking for the best looking woman you can have. I'm looking for the best woman I can have. And I don't think that sinks down a lot. So I'll tell you right now, the woman I'm with is the best woman I've ever seen in my life, as far as just being grounded, understanding, taking care of business, and going the extra mile to make sure that me as a man, I'm taken care of, because she understands that if I'm taken care of, I can go out there and take care of her. So it's a symbiotic relationship. Why does she know this? She knows this because her mom taught her that in Oaxaca, Mexico. And so it's a little different for me. I see folks trying to go through these stages and like all of this first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 90th wave feminism. All of this, you need to, you don't need a man. Men ain't crap. All of this. Let me have 5 babies by 5 different dudes, and then wonder why nobody wants to deal with 5 different baby dads, and why can't I find a good man? I didn't have that. And so I'm a little more fortunate. And plus, our first conversation when we talked about, she said, "Hold on, my dad's calling me. I got to talk to my father." And she stopped our entire conversation and called me back to talk to her father and let me know how much she respected him. And it made me understand that she respected men. So that was important to me. So a lot of guys don't like to hear stuff like this. A lot of guys don't. They want to hear like they want to hear me go in on women. Oh, these stupid women, this and that, that and this. But if
I personally love to hear success stories. I really do.
But if you know the nature of something, or nature of women, if you see it coming, why are you upset when it is what it is? Why don't you just take the information and find what's right? And so, and you know what? We're a pandemic marriage, man. So this is new, okay? But I've also made sure that I'm protected in certain ways because I do live in the United States.
Mm-hmm. And I was gonna. Oh, go ahead, grab her.
No, please. I don't want to interrupt anyone. This is a great conversation.
I was gonna say, like, come from a single. I'm like 40, still single. The one thing I hate desperately and vehemently is when I hear a guy tell me 1 minute, "Oh, my wife's great," then they're grumbling about it the next minute. Or I'm at the barber shop and I'm hearing everybody, "Oh, I can't stall here because my wife calling, but you got to get married." But oh, she's terrible. Da, 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 da. Oh, but you're lacking, and that's what I meant by that question I had earlier for the panel. When will the war between single men and married men will end?
To me, that's a weak man, David.
Yeah. A weak men. I've heard a lot of men do that. Like,
I really want to answer this. I really want to answer this question. Okay. When you get with somebody, you make a commitment to make sure that what happens in those little arguments have always existed. That's none of your damn business to ever hear that. I have a commitment to her not to talk bad about her. She has a commitment not to talk bad about me. There's an old Southern proverb that says, if you have problems in your house, go back to your house and solve it.
Exactly.
So you guys don't get to know when I have an argument. I could be in an argument right now. Arguments happen. We're two different people. Human beings are dynamic in nature. They respond to everything differently, and we have to learn each other.
Yeah, when I as a pastor, I'll have guys talk to me about their problems with their wife. And so I have to like weigh it. Is this a pastoral thing or not? Right. But on occasion, I'll say, hey, you know what? All marriages are like that. That's something for you and your wife to work out. Not everyone needs to know that. Right. Y'all should just kind of protect each other and create a barrier between you and the world. Not everyone needs to know all your problems. Look, if you got a problem you can't solve, I'm here for you, here to help you. But no one needs to know all that stuff.
Now, I'll give you a fair example. This was during a family event some time ago. You would say most of my brothers are all married. They all got in a tizzy. So imagine I'm sitting with a bunch of married people and they're all mad at each other. What happened was I got up and I sat with all the kids at the table. Look kind of Uncle Dave sat the kids. I said, you kids are more functional than the adults over here. You know, it's some interesting stuff as a single person. And like they were trying to sell marriage to me. I'm like, y'all guys can't even get it right. You're trying to sell this to me as the ultimate benefit in life. You know, that's why I say, hopefully we can all wave the white flag and say, all right, you got your benefits. I got mine. Whatever works for you. You know, it's just been my background growing up and in different circles. There was always that selling of it constantly. They're living one way where you see the other, like on the church world. My mom and my stepdad, just doxing myself a little bit, used to be pastors. Before a sermon, they would be cursing each other out point blank before a sermon, yelling at each other angry. Then they're preaching a word. I've seen this in growing up in the black churches. I've seen it a lot. So sometimes it's like it's hard. I think that's what kind of jaded my views of marriage growing up, seeing all those constant toxic marriages. I'm like, if it's gonna be like that, then I don't think that's good for me. So that's just from a single guy's point of view.
That's awesome, David. I appreciate that, man. That's some good input. I hope this is John Steele. I'm going to overlay here real quick. I hope it's John Steele, man.
Draw the curtain.
I love it. Love this guy. Who did we just lose? Oh, we lost. I don't know.
Grover had something he had to get to.
Yeah. Okay. John Steele, is that you?
Yes, it's me, Tony.
Excellent. Welcome, my brother. Good to see you, my man. All right.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I hope we get to the day one time where you don't have to worry about penis flashing.
I know, huh? It is what it is.
But I will say, Pat, you got an impressive package, though. By the way, when you flashed that time, I was impressed. But
yeah, there's been a lot of them, man. Jesus. I've had guys are very creative. I haven't had a Michael Foster yet, though. I don't think.
Oh,
wait a minute. I don't think I actually know about this.
Talk about it.
There was somebody who under my name logged on at one point.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They take different names. Like I don't know if they've ever done me, but they'll take avatars of different people.
Oh, that's so funny.
Tony would be, oh yeah, it's Pat or it's Mike or they clicks on and then it's some guy flashing their junk. And
I mean, I've got 10 of me blocked, believe it or not.
You're like, wait a minute, if I'm up here, who's this?
Yeah, I mean, I literally probably have in YouTube Studio, I gotta say probably 300 blocked.
Hey, like MD says, you gotta keep the finger on the trigger, man.
Yeah, I like putting up the screen first, and then we can tell by somebody's voice. But
Tony is more dick pics than most chicks on OnlyFans.
Exactly.
Good God.
I've had everybody from Scribe, MD. I know we had a Michael Foster.
Oh gosh.
Stedman.
Caduceus.
What else we've had? I've got Caduceus, Fagduceus. I've got them all. Yeah. Everybody's been peepeed here so far on the panel. I think it's But I just gave somebody some ideas, John Steele. So.
Oh,
Oh God.
I mean, honestly, John, your name's asking for it. John
Yeah.
Steele.
Oh, that's even
Yeah, if there was
worse.
ever a porn star name, that's it right there. Come on. Yeah.
That would be hard steel, though.
Brutal.
Yeah. So, John Steele, any input on tonight?
Well, to be honest, I'm tuning in late because I had a crazy evening, really
okay.
long day. But I saw that you were on because you had a bit of a hiatus, Tony, and I saw that Pat and Mike Foster were on, who are rarely on, and I dig both of their insights. Both gentlemen I respect deeply, so I just kind of wanted to.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were on the discussion of marriage in the West. That's kind of where we were at. So
John Steele, his voice has so much gravitas.
Yeah.
Like you have such a wonderful voice. It's like it's just a good voice. So there's my compliment to you. I like it's got this sort of punchiness to it, but gravel at the same time. I love it.
Yeah, well, I was often told that I have a great face for radio. But thank you for the compliment on my voice.
Yeah.
Took people a few minutes to catch that joke, but
just in case anybody wants to know, John Steele actually has some good interviews on his channel, man. But check him out. So.
Yeah, my interviews are mostly about. I'm a big reader, and I got to interview several fiction authors, and that's what I. But I haven't produced much. And then recently, I did a show recently with. Oh God, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name because he's a friend of mine. But, TJ Martinell, who's actually also a fiction author, but he's a journalist as well. And we are both military historians, and sometimes we war game out different battles that are not necessarily famous battles, but battles that turn the course of history. Like we did once the Battle of Gulking Bay, which was most people never heard of it, but it's the battle where the Soviet Union defeated Japan in the 1930s, which changed the course of the war because it's the reason why the Japanese never sided with the Germans against the Russians.
The border dispute battle,
Yes. Pat knows about it, but a lot of people unfortunately don't. Even people who consider themselves amateur historians.
John, have you read Ambrose's Comrades?
I don't think so. Please tell.
It's a book on brotherhood and friendship. Ambrose is a wonderful historian, but I hadn't read that book of his yet, and I've just been meaning to read it. So,
no, I got my reading list is backed up, but I do read a lot. I do try to do a book a week. So,
I can't read nonfiction anymore. I don't know what's wrong with me. I used to read it all the time, but these days I just read anthropology, sociology, and history. But I love military history more than most forms of history, and just keeps you sharp. Oh, you know what? I have been reading Patrick O'Bannon on and off.
Okay.
I don't know if you read Horatio Hornblower.
It's a series of
It is. It's like 20 books, and I find that it keeps my mind flowing better. It keeps me more original, creative, and he certainly has an understanding into the military mind.
Well, that's historical fiction. That's why that's good, because it's the backdrop of it's like fiction, but real characters, real events, things like that. I find it interesting too. Now, I will say about nonfiction, the kind of nonfiction that kind of got me into nonfiction was interesting reading autobiographies, not biographies, autobiographies. I find those pretty fascinating. Finding out how, someone went from how they perceive it. Yeah, like I remember years ago, and I think it was in high school, college, reading Chuck Norris's autobiography. This, just as a quick aside, Chuck Norris was so poor growing up, he literally had an outhouse.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding. He had an outhouse. And do you know he's half Native American?
That part I didn't know.
I thought I heard that somewhere. Yeah,
and his name is actually Carlos, not Chuck.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and he learned Tang Soo Do while he was stationed in the Air Force in Korea.
Nice.
So anyway, fascinating book to see a guy that went from, I'm talking like that kind of poverty to
like dirt poor.
Yeah, dirt poor, outhouse poor. That's poor, guys. So
yep.
His mother was Irish. His father was Native American.
There was a book that Anthony
Hmm.
Johnson gave me on Monday, but I forgot it, left it at his house. I think it's called The Boy Crisis. Have you guys heard of that?
That's a good one. Yeah, I know that one.
Yeah, for the,
That was written by yeah, I did. That's not older. That's an older book, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was what's the I'm trying to remember the name of the guy that wrote that. But yeah, I read that a while back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some great pearls out there. The problem is now there's just so much junk out there, you know. So you got to go. Are you guys familiar with
self-help and all that stuff.
Are you familiar with? Is it the Gutenberg Project or Project Gutenberg? Where
Yep.
You can read all. That's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can
Yeah,
read
it
all
is.
the classics for free, man. It's
I'm
I
gonna-
mean,
I'm
so
going to recommend 2 books right now. Right here.
Yes.
48 Laws of Dating and the Black Pill.
I think this is recommended reading for every man.
I have my 48 Laws of Dating coming in tomorrow from
This
Amazon.
is
Shape
for
Club.
this is
Yeah.
for the rational man, not the rational male. Okay.
I might get the black pill because, like I said, I started researching a book right now on marriage, and I'm trying to interact with all the major ideas.
And
I've been
he
researching marriage license lately.
puts these books up. He could sell them for more. These books are $10 a piece. I mean,
That's a good deal. Yeah, I'll
Great
take
investment.
Amazon.
yep.
Yep.
Yep. I have both of them. They're in the linked. They're in the description. Okay. So I call this recommended reading for men. These are 2 great books. Eventually I'll have MD on and we're going to go over these books for sure. So the only one I got to finish is this one. Got about probably a little more than half to go.
So is the black pill? Which one's the?
This
I-
is
Which
this
one's
is
the worldview one?
That
That's what I
book, man.
yeah.
Good
This
God.
is a great book. Just throw away the rational male and read this. Okay.
I don't care about any dating books at
But
one
still-
level, but I'm just trying to understand the worldview.
This right here, like I said, I'm about halfway through.
Okay,
Just get on it. It's
I'll give it a buy. I want
I
to
think-
interact.
yeah, I think it's really good version of the black pill. I think that people take the black pill and they're afraid of it because it's, like I said, it's replacing the Rolo pill is all it's doing. It's the original red pill. And I think, like I said at the beginning, if you're, this might be a controversial statement, but I think if you are thinking of getting in a marriage or a relationship, you need to know these things that are in this, from what I see in this book. So,
Well, I got a question to both Pat and Mike because you both do counseling. You both counsel men, and I assume that if ever you're counseling men, it has to their interactions with women are a huge part of the counseling. And but to Mike, because you've been married since there were dinosaurs, right? I mean, you've been married about that long, right?
2003.
2000. I was teasing you. I gotta, but I'm just saying, like, because you've been out of that scene for so long. Like, is that a challenge? Because you kind of alluded to that, saying maybe I'll read that book just because
Well, look, it is a challenge. It's a big challenge. And so what I do is I talk to a lot of guys, and what I'm a careful listener to look for me. So when I listen to a lot of guys, I look for themes. And I've asked Pat things before. I'll ask Tony. I'll ask a lot of people, trying just to kind of put the picture together to make sure I'm understanding what they're facing. Because some guys are full of BS, right?
Mhm.
Like, and some guys are whiners and weak and whatever. So I'm trying to really understand, separate who's just being weak and whining to like legitimate difficulties that they're facing, And so I'm always I track. So I don't know people that read. I read, academic studies on sexuality every week of my life since I've been 19. So I've been tracking all this stuff my entire adult life, and it's something I just kind of live and breathe normally. So I feel like I'm pretty well tracking with what the college is selling to people at the very least. And
oh, you mean total degeneracy? Yeah.
well, yeah, and they're exactly and their rationales, like how they're trying to sell it, the packaging. But it is difficult because you're trying to figure out, like, okay, is it as bad as they're saying? Because some people are just pansies, they can't take it. But no, you know, it is as bad as they say.
Yeah, you know, I just want to stop you there because I talk to a lot of younger guys like online, not so much in real life, and they tell me stories, and you know, for years I didn't believe it was as bad as they said. I
Sure.
just thought you guys would. I think it's a combination of both. Yes, it's as bad as they say, but a lot of these guys are whiners. So I wouldn't envy your job, or maybe Pat, you got some insights on this because you haven't been married that long. I don't believe.
Let me bounce something real quick for Pat interjects here. One of the questions I had asked Jesse in an interview last year when I put him on the hot seat was that, is there such a thing as a strong, independent woman? Now, I had women like just comment the shit out of that, and whether it be an email or comments in the comments section. And his response was, no such thing as a strong, independent woman, only weak men. And what he was doing is he was going back at the men. It wasn't a knock on the woman. I took it as there's a lot of women out there that have to take care of themselves because they were with a weak man. Okay, so that's the way I took it. So no such thing as a strong, independent woman, only weak men. So go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got married in 2015 and was only with my wife for about 2.5 years prior to that. It wasn't a super long time period of dating by modern standards. Things have changed even a lot since then. I'd been dating from effectively 2008 to 2013, and that was sort of like that peak period. Towards the end of the decade, I started to notice things really shift more, and the main element that I've seen happen is that the mental health of people has declined dramatically from when even I was growing up. Really like a cascade collapse over that 5-year period. I would say, and I can cut it off, I can go back and look at college, university, and I can say that was 2010, graduated from Penn, and the next 2 years, I think were fine. It seemed like class of 2014, certainly class of 2015 beyond, started to grow up in a different environment, that they were being exposed to different ideas. And of course, you could say that was a lot of that stuff was coming drip down the pipeline before it got there. But a lot of the ideological stuff that started to happen that filtered into the dating space, it started to get crazy. So yeah, anyway, I mean, I guess the short point on this is that it's gotten a lot harder, and I actually do so I totally understand a lot of the black pill reaction to what's been going on.
Well, I meant like as a psychological clinician, how does that affect your approach? I guess was what I was. I mean, I know that's probably you probably could do a whole show on that, but
I mean, just to hit it, I'm very much plugged into everything that's going on. Like I have a steady, I'm actively working with at any given time, probably have 60 or so active clients at any given time. Work with well over 200 at this point. And I've seen guys also through the over the years, a few guys I've had like a broader sample size of this stuff. So yeah, I can see what's happening in terms of how it's affected these changes and being in a relationship myself. I mean, I will say that, it's inevitable that you were like, I dated plenty of girls. I understand how women work. Principles of female interaction are timeless. You have to constantly keep your finger on the pulse of things to understand the sort of new trends, new sort of tactical stuff that maybe needs to be adapted or but I don't know. I mean, I'm always like, it's a very interesting job, so I'm always very keyed in to it, and I guess it's like a counterfactual. Like, if I was going through it myself, I'm sure I would have, I can empathize and I can understand some different perspectives that people have. But ultimately, let me just say this. I'll close it. I don't want to, I'm getting tired, so I'm rambling a bit more. My clients ultimately are looking for what I show them how to get to, which is really about self-development and how their changes and ability to, they have to understand women. So I teach them how to understand women, but also themselves and their impulses, their actual desires. So it's a lot of deprogramming. I do tons and tons and tons of deprogramming with guys. And what I'll say is that I've had to do heavier deprogramming over recent years, but I've also felt like guys are snapping out of it faster than before. So I feel very much a backlash because it seems like everything is really, really bad, but I think it's very tenuously bad. Doesn't seem like it has a lot of staying power because everybody kind of knows it's bad at this point. Like 5 years ago, there was a lot of denial about it. And it was still even weird to work with a dating coach. I mean, maybe some people still think that. It's at this point, everyone's like, the kind of fucked up shit that people are doing, everybody knows it's messed up. I mean, it's so inverted that I think we're very, very close to the snapback. It's my opinion.
I want to hold the truth hostage, man. Welcome.
Hey man, it's always an honor to be on Tony's stream, man. And to me, one thing I liked, and Michael Foster touched up on it, Grover, and David Little is asking to me a major question, is that and I think the reason there's such a divide between the married man and the non-married man is that most married men, and I think it goes back to kind of what Tony said, where there's some weaknesses, that most married men kind of speak as though to talk that their marriage is something that other people can't obtain or that their situation is different. It's as though they're disrespecting their marriage or their partner, so they avoid that. And then what that does is it creates conflict between a man that ain't married and a man that isn't, that is whatever. Because to me, what most men that aren't married want to hear is just, they want to hear what you're going through. And I think most married men just afraid to own up that their marriage is their marriage. It's an individual experience between them and their partner, and they can only tell you what's going on to their marriage. That's where I say, tell someone your truth or your story. I think it applies to the marriage a lot more. And a lot of the younger guys, they want to hear the raw, unedited aspect of your marriage and what's going on. Maybe some won't, maybe some are, they'll never get married, whatever, but they just want the honesty without the sugarcoating they're used to sprinkled all over the media. And I think that's what a lot of guys on the panel, gotta look at it. The non-married men aren't looking to insult you. They just want you to come out and say, hey man, what I have, it's working out for me, and here's what's working for me. I can't guarantee you my situation because key word, it's my situation. And I think the more married men step up and just say, this is my marriage, and I can talk to you about what's going on, but I cannot guarantee you the same scenario, and as soon as you can step up to that plate and just tell these men that aren't married what's going on, then there'll be a lot less tension. Because right now in the manosphere and men in general, it's a subliminal war between the married man and the non-married man, and I hope it wasn't like that, but It's just how it is, because too many guys don't want to just tell what's going on. And to me, I think what the stream is brought up with Pat, what I'm saying, Michael, and Grover, and what I'm saying, even Primal, who mentioned he was married, it's just that honesty. That's what they want. They just want the honesty, so they as men can grab on and say, look, man, Michael Foster, I could trust him. Yes, I could listen to him, because him being married doesn't make him my enemy, or doesn't make him selling a scam. You know what I'm saying? It's just, he's a married man and he's proud of his journey. He could tell you what's going on with him, but he can't guarantee you that situation. And I think as soon as you can tell these young men that raw, unedited truth, that it's my situation, then there can be peace, man.
There was something that Pat had said earlier, which really hit me pretty good, is about guys being afraid or having that fear. And to me, fear is good. Fear is important. If you don't have any fear, that's when it's bad. If you have to embrace that, you have to embrace that pain sometimes. Men are afraid nowadays to embrace fucking pain. Like, they're afraid of it. That's why I've encouraged guys to go into martial arts. That's going to teach you. It's going to teach you a lot of things. But the pain and the fear are part of life. And so many men are afraid of it. I don't want to go through that. I don't want to experience that. But you have to experience all of these things as a man. So many men are afraid of so much shit right now. And when I see the phrase "it's over," I understand the context sometimes of when that phrase is used. But I would hate to see a man that's in a community and really would say, hey, I want this for my life. I do, like Primal Study was saying earlier, I want that picket fence. I want that happy marriage with 2.5 kids and a dog. I don't think we should take that away from him, but I think we should guide him to the proper way to do it.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to interrupt. I'll say one thing, because when Michael asked that question, there's a lot of men that, and I say this is why marriage doesn't appeal to a large majority of men, is that marriage is about property. A lot of men see it as, man, if my wife can't be my property and it can't be guaranteed that this is only I have access and I'm gonna lead. Because one thing Grover touched on was leadership. A man, when he owns something, he leads. Like, I can't just walk into Tony's house. Tony's got to invite me. I can't just borrow Michael Foster's bat. Like, I had to say, but a lot of guys, are looking for ownership, and that's one side of marriage they've kind of banished, is that the man is, marriage is about establishing the final thing a man can own, and that ownership is that relationship between him and that woman he's with. And once you've taken out that property aspect, that ownership, a lot of men look at it as, this is supposed to be the most important thing I will ever invest in my life, which is the mother of my children, protecting and providing. So if I can't own that situation, and I can't lead it, why would I invest in it? Because, it's beyond just the white picket fence and everything like that. There's a sense of ownership, being able to look that woman in the eye.
I wanted something you said there was really important, at least to me, and I'm curious about Michael and Pat about this. I think one of the things that's happened is we've removed religion from marriage, where it's just simply a contract that can be declared null and void by the state for no reason, right? That's the quote unquote no fault divorce. You can just basically say, I'm bored, or what's the number one reason in surveys why people leave marriages? I think it's I don't know, Pat, you probably know what it is, but it's like, it used to be that a marriage wasn't simply a commitment that a man and woman made to each other. At one time, a marriage was a commitment you made to the community as a whole. Now, I don't want to get into the whole like the religious thing because we all have our different whatever. I won't go there. So, but that concept of it's not just you're making a commitment to each other, you're making a commitment to the society as a whole, that we are together and we're going to raise a family within this community. That's gone as far as I can tell. Now tell me I'm wrong. Like maybe
Well,
Mike,
no,
I think you live in kind of a more.
No, John, I mean, you're so right about that to the extent that when you said it, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. But it's been so removed that it hasn't even been on my mind since I was a child, that was a key component of it. I'm going to let Michael talk though, because I know he's got to jump and I got to jump right after, but
I don't have a lot to say other than, yeah, that component's gone. And I think a major problem for us right now is that it's not just intersexual dynamics that have changed, but it's the entire societal dynamics that have changed. And probably where these conversations go wrong is where we don't entertain all these different factors and recognize that we're just talking about the piece we can talk about, in a short period of time. And I don't know. I think we're all trying to. I think as I listen to guys carefully, I think a lot of guys all want the same thing, right? They want to know that they can have a wife and have kids, and it can't just be stolen from them. Ultimately, that's what you're hearing. Those guys are like, yeah, if I could take a woman, marry her, have children, and be safe, I'd do it in a second. But I don't think I can do it. And that's a sad place that we're at right now, because as the man goes, so goes the household. As the household goes, so goes society. And if we have to reclaim households if we want to change culture, and that requires a marriage of one sort or another. So yeah, it's like it's a difficult time, but there's people out there thinking these things through, and conversations like this that I see as a net positive. Also, if there ever is a documentary about me, I want Hold the Truth hostage to narrate it.
Hold the truth, man. I'm gonna pat your voice, bro.
Hey, I'm crashing so hard, fellas. Hey, I just want to say, Tony, I love you. Pat, you're awesome. Deacon, I'm getting to know you. I like you. Primal, Hold the Truth, you're legit. I love how you bring the truth every time, man. John Steele, I love that you're like out here weighing the truth, thinking through it. I like that you guys are part of this conversation, and I count it to honor to be part of it with you. So thanks so much for your time.
God bless, brother.
Take care, guys. Yeah.
Peace out, Michael.
Yep.
Thank you. Cheers.
Peace out, Mike. We got to call a documentary of bats and glory.
There you go. Mike, don't
Michael
be
is bad. Sees Michael's was bat looking like Negan.
It does, David, doesn't it? It is Negan's bat.
Lucille.
Yeah, no kidding.
He'll call it the Redeemer at that point. The Holy Redeemer.
Makes
Pat,
sense, man.
Do you have any more things to say about the idea of marriage? Like the community aspect of it is no longer, at least as far as I can tell, doesn't seem to be in the public consciousness anymore. It just seems to be
social proof.
Well, I mean, that whole stuff I could go into if I wasn't feeding myself. I mean, I've talked about this to a certain extent on some past shows with Tony. I mean, obviously a lot's changed recently, but yeah, I mean, we're witnessing near death experience of Western civilization. I mean, that's really what's going on here. I do think that there's going to be a reconstruction. I already see the green shoots of it. This is part of that, right? Every man, it's like we're all like, oh God, it's so bad. Wish we had a fight. I mean, we are part of this fight right now. It's more of a spiritual war. It's going to get more intense, but what's going on here? These conversations are so much more meaningful and so much more important than I think that we even being part of them right now are aware of. We'll only become aware of how important these conversations were a decade, 20 years from now. This is like a rear guard action. It's like we're protecting, we're not letting the entire thing get taken away. And we're protecting, we're holding the truth, right? We're not holding a hostage in this situation. We're literally protecting it from being taken. And this is how things are going to be reborn. It's a very, very important conversation. What I would like to say, and this is about marriage, about everything though, really, because this is what it really comes down to, is that, you know, you have the famous quote from Dune, fear is the mind killer, right? I think, you know, it's completely correct. Any guy who's married and who says something as fucking stupid as that, there's no risk, you gotta do it, it's the best thing you'll ever do. Look, I'm very pro marriage. And actually, you know, I might even say I think it's a positive thing for guys to do. It's not some fucking risk-free adventure. There's tons of risks involved with it. But, you know, this is just my personal motto, and people can take it as they want to take it. But as a man, your job is to be on your edge. Your edge, that point of tension. When you're feeling that tension, when you feel like you're testing yourself on a certain level. The reason I married my wife was because I realized that my next edge wasn't dating more women. At one point, dating women, trying to learn how to attract women, that was my edge. I didn't know how to do it. And then I realized that if I had continued to do it and I didn't go into the relationship, that I would be leaving my edge, because it was actually easier to, at that point, date women than it was to face myself. I didn't know exactly what I was getting into. I'm very intuitive, and I went for it. And I continue to risk over and over and over again. And I've never for a second been afraid of losing half my shit from the end of it, because that's not that I think it's fair or whatever, but just because life is risk. If you're going to be alive, be on your edge. I mean, some of the conversations and the kind of things that you have to go through in a marriage, the things that you get exposed to yourself and from another person, it's like, it's tough. It's not easy. It's not necessarily going to be an easy situation. Doesn't mean it's not rewarding. It doesn't, like, all I care about, like Michael, what he was talking about and giving these very concrete reasons for marriage. Like, I agree with him. I think that they're good reasons. But for me, it's like all that stuff, but the core motivation is, what am I drawing out of myself from this experience, from this relationship? And as long as I'm continuing to mine deeper and deeper and deeper, that's the value. That's the value to me. And that little bit of fear, where it's another layer of shame, another layer of myself that I have to get pulled back in that relationship, that to me is a beautiful thing. At this point, like, I mean, dude, I could be going to prison for years right now. You know what I mean? There's like, this is life. This is fucking life. And that's why we're here right now. All of us have to set this example of being fearless. Whatever path we want to go on, find your edge, go on that edge. And that is where you're going to find that meaning, that happiness, whatever the fuck. It's not going to be necessarily in marriage.
I want to. Let me see if I can find this here real quick. It's kind of like what Pat said here. Hang on one sec.
Okay. I'm just going to say this. There is a difference between being the bystander in a movie passing by and being the director of your own destiny and responsible for the fates of men. And do you understand that difference? Many do not. Oh, who am I to direct the fates of men? How could I be so grandiose and so elegant? People are afraid of prerogative today.
Yeah, they're afraid to say no.
I do not recommend fear of prerogative to any human being.
Oh,
And I got one more here. This is Ivan Throne. One more.
You are a man who lacked honor, if you are a man who lacked violence, if you are a man who lacked character, ferocity, a sense of justice, savagery, you got what you deserved. And you always get what you deserve. But there are some deaths I would not wish on anyone. And the death of a coward is one of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
So in times like these today, I encourage all men not to be cowards. Because what is left of this nation of America, once the sides are done fighting over the scraps and bones, will not belong to cowards.
There you go.
Well,
Wow.
I mean, wow. I'll say this, to hop off what Pat said is the thing we got to look at is, man, with the unification between man and woman, in a chase for the government to optimize making profit.
Is that you? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Optimize making profit, what they've done is they've demoralized the country. The country isn't failing. When it comes to the business, the money, the country's never been better. You know what I'm saying? You got startup billionaires, millionaires popping up every 2-3 months. I mean, there's a new coin every day, but what's happened is the option for a man to have morality has been removed. You can no longer have, complete, security in your morality and stability as a man. Any man in a relationship, whether it's successful or not, no man can look another man in the eye and say, yeah, I can guarantee that its stability is based on my leadership. And that's what the country's become. We've become a country where, all it's about is making your money, and once you step off that treadmill of profit seeking morality, family, that's where the danger lies. It's a polar opposite of what built this country. What built this country was immigrants, family, strong unity. That's all been destroyed to turn this country to basically a factory and an automation where men just work and make money. It's all about making profit now. And no man could tell you, like, Caduceus knows, David knows. I say most men are talking about their stocks. Like their stocks are their children. My stock was, was just a little stock. He's growing up now. And, I'm bringing my stock to trade school. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about your stocks like they're your children now. And that's what's happened in the country. The country has become, because a lot of guys talk about automation is when technology happens. You lose your job because, there's a robot flipping the burgers. No, automation happens when a man can no longer have, personal obligations or, succeed based on morality, not business, and that's the society we're in. There is no more morality. It's about profit. Even the church you go to now, churches are built, what is it? The mega churches, it's all about profit. There are no more moral standings. It's about money, man. And that's it. We're in an automated society. There is no more, hey, the American dream is I have a family. Nope, the opportunity to make money. That's it. Make money, and even Pat could tell you when you say you're in a committed relationship and all that, they kind of look their eye at you like you're doing something wrong. You know, like you're breaking, you know, the code of the country. What do you mean you're more invested in your family, you know, starting a family, whatever? No, you should be on that treadmill. We're in an automated society, you know.
I would dare to say, hold the truth, not to interrupt you. That goes for the single guys too. You know, they're looked at a certain, they're not meeting, and I hate to run back on that down that hill, but they're looked at, you know, they're usually caused to look like they're not fulfilling that societary demand of having children or being married. So that's pretty interesting at the same time. It's like being that guy, Tony, this is a Florida thing. You're that single uncle who comes to the barbecue with the potato salad. They all start murmuring. You know what I'm talking about, like that.
But you know, this is what I would say is that the purpose of the system is divide and conquer. And so everybody is supposed to be bad in their own way, and they're supposed to be against other people in their own way. We've seen that time and time again, right? Meanwhile, where's all this stuff? Who's driving all this stuff downward, right? I mean, look, we don't have to get down into the weeds with this, but I feel bad, you know, hold the truth hostage, talk about these guys who are talking about their stocks. Well, you know, good fucking luck these next few months, because this whole thing is going down. And the real
Hey, Pat, I bought some physical gold, so hey, I'm okay.
There you go.
No, honestly, it's smart. It's smart to do that. I won't get into the politics stuff of it, but it's going down. This is the year where this is the pivot year. It's going down. And the only real question, everybody here, every guy watching, every guy on the panel really needs to ask yourself is, what am I going to do? What am I going to do if you're married for your flock, right? But how are you going to weather the storm? But even beyond that, what sort of example are you going to set for the men around you, the people who aren't aware of this stuff? Do not be a fucking pussy. Do not be a fucking pussy, because these are the times, everybody, this year, this time that we're in right now, this collapse, it demands leadership. And how we act in this year, next year, the coming years is going to shape where this entire country and planet really frankly goes. That's just the way it is. That's the way it is. We start with these things like, you know, the black pill, these truths. But at the end of the day, the core value of a man, truth is essential, but so is courage. And if you have truth, you don't have courage, you don't have actionable truth. And if you have courage without truth, you don't have any wisdom. You have foolishness. So we got to bring both of these things to the table, and we got to set a course forward. So I appreciate all of you. I always appreciate these panels.
I am totally going to clip that and put it as a short.
Yeah, I like that, Pat. I really like that, what you just said. Those last 20
yeah, that's
seconds
going to be my next short on this channel here.
Hey, Pat, where can we find you on social media?
Still on Twitter. So at Pat_Stedman. And I got a YouTube channel too, which I think is also Pat Stedman.
Pat, I'm going to reach out to you on Twitter if that's okay with you.
Of course, please. I love that.
Okay, and the avatar is not going to be the katana. It's actually Ivar the Boneless. So you know.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
okay.
I love it. I love it.
All right.
Hey,
I appreciate you guys. What?
I was going to co-sign with that a little bit. It's like you got to bring up that and then what statement, you know, and then what? I get all the girls, and then what?
Then what?
Yeah.
Pat, I know you got to bounce, but as usual, man, great stream, man. You know,
that was awesome.
Great stuff, man. Really great stuff.
I know you don't mind the pushback, and I appreciate the.
No, I love it. I love it.
Chat. It's just it's good stuff. A lot of guys would bail, you know, and I know that's not you. So, any final words?
I think that was I'm going to quit while I was ahead.
Okay.
I appreciate you guys.
You don't want to stay around and bury yourself?
Yeah, we're over at 4 hours and 15 minutes right now. I think I'm gonna close out.
Peace
Yeah,
out, brother.
but
Good
Pat,
night.
this is the section where you would have to Rolomax and just slowly talk until you add 10 more minutes to the stream.
You have to
But
spin
say
the plates,
nothing.
Pat.
Talk, but
You have
say
to.
nothing.
You have to learn to spin the plates, man. You have to hold the plate.
You also got to be jealous of Fresh and Fit and be like, oh, they're entertaining, but the real game's here. But the real game's here.
Oh, don't even talk about those bums. I saw that
Fresh
video
and fresh
that got
and
posted.
oh man.
Well, to me,
Aren't those guys
dude,
feds anyway? Whatever.
yeah.
Sorry,
me,
I'll
what I
stop
would-
you guys.
Thank
I gotta
you.
get out of
Thank
here.
you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right, Pat.
What's up, Pat?
Love, honor, and respect, Pat. Have a good evening. Appreciate you. I'll chat at you tomorrow.
All blessings go down to the 13th guard captain down there, Muhammad of the
Hey, how you
13th
going?
guard. What's
Muhammad
up,
of
man?
the Australian Legion there.
Hello, everybody.
Muhammad. How you
Yeah,
guys?
what's up, guys?
Yeah.
Hey, Caduceus, the vital message, man.
You're probably tired after your stream. Was that last night?
Last
Oh,
night,
God,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
I got
Who was that?
recharged just
Caduceus?
now, if you know what I mean.
Was it Caduceus or who was that? Whose stream?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was
Oh
the
yeah.
vital
So
Check it out.
which channel is that? Because I looked up your channel with Caduceus and it's
It's
stacks
the vital,
and stuff.
It's the vital message.
Caduceus,
Okay.
could you just
No
put
wonder.
the link in the private chat? Could you put the link to your channel, please?
It's in the description of the video.
I'll put it in the
Oh,
main chat just to
Or the
be
main,
a-
or either one. I don't know if they let
I'll
you
be a
put
whore and put it in the main chat because I'm the mod.
All right. By the way, when do you finish school?
It's gonna be a while. I'm in my first year of med school.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
Probably another 7 years, 6 years.
No, well, it's 4 years of med school and then I got
Okay.
residency.
Oh, nice, nice.
Have
Okay.
you declared a what do you call it in med school?
A specialty? You apply for them like jobs.
So yeah, but you don't do that to your third year, right?
Pretty much like between your third and fourth when you send in applications.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Everyone's throwing up my channel, so you can check it out there.
Well, one thing I'll say, man, they're not. You know, I learned this. This is a new term. They're no longer spinning plates, man. You know, we saw with Alex playing with fire, Donovan's last new video on the black pill. They're no longer spinning plates. They're juggling tables, man. You know, they no longer. They're so delusional now.
So they're not touching knees.
No, that knee touching. That's
the knee touch clutch, man.
That's a new sign of sus soldier recruiter. But yeah, they're juggling tables, man. The amount of delusion. The way I look at these guys that are lost is that their religion is delusion. So you can't compete when a man's faith is their delusion. You know, the amount of simple common sense you tell them and they just throw it out of the water. You know what I'm saying? To feed their faith and delusion. You know what I mean? It's insane at this point.
There's a video that somebody sent me yesterday. It's on Donovan's channel. It's like the biggest simping white knight video for Rollo and Donovan I've ever seen.
Oh my God.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Tony,
Right, we'll let 'em
who
touch
posted
knees.
this? Where is this?
It's
I
on
want the left. I want the left.
Yeah, it's on Donovan's channel. Some dude that I guess made some young kid that makes some movies. I forget who he is, but it's just they're pretty much he's just blowing Donovan and Rollo the whole time
and touching their knees.
Yeah.
My question to Caduceus and Hold the Truth. What was up with that video with Fresh and Fit on a date with the twins? And
I didn't watch that. I saw.
Oh my God, it was cringy. Because it's funny how the frog has more comfortability with women than the beak. It's interesting, very interesting. We look
The
at that
frog and
dynamic.
the beak. Is that the new thing?
Frog
we're
and the
calling it
beak.
now?
Frog and the beak.
Well, the beak is a little socially awkward if you ever see
Oh
him on
my
air.
God.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you watch some of their stuff, the frog actually has more empathy and can actually read the room a little bit better than the beak. It's kind of crazy to me, but that's been my observation at this point.
Yeah, there was some video somebody sent me yesterday. I just kind of I can't watch that stuff. I can't. Something about them in the jacuzzi with some girl.
That's the video I'm talking about. Did you see how
it is absolutely, it's pitiful.
Tony, did you see how?
I mean, I actually think
Yeah.
that is like, I don't get it. I'm like, like we're getting bottle service or something, and it's like
they were fiddling the jacuzzi,
it just
and
looks, it's so pitiful.
And the beak man was so awkward. I'm thinking I'm bad. With the girl in the back seat, if you watch it carefully, it was so awkward.
I couldn't watch it carefully. I flicked through it.
Thank God. Yeah.
I
I
literally
watched,
watched
I'm like,
maybe
good
15
God.
seconds of it.
Sir, remember, man, people walk chickens, they don't walk ostriches, man. He's not used to that type of social environment.
Now, Mahabu know this. Ostriches chase bikes. You know how that goes.
So sorry, say that again. Ostrich what?
They chase bikes.
Yeah, and they can run really fast. Actually, they can. I think their top speed can go up to 60 kilometers an hour. That's how fast they can run.
Oh yeah, but this
Yeah.
ostrich is awkward around with the females. And I mean, really, it was cringy because I'm looking this guy giving advice, and he's in the, again, this walks into that territory we joke on AMS, but you look at the video and you're like, if this guy's teaching a legion of men about stuff, then this pops up. And this is something that they produced. This wasn't a hit piece on someone, having a hidden camera. They produced the video. So there's not much you could say. And that's what's.
Oh yeah. I think what you're saying is like they're so out of touch, they don't realize how bad they're making themselves look.
Well,
like,
one majorly, yeah.
It's like selling a snake oil remedy for some, elusive disease, an elusive cure, a magical cure.
I mean,
snake oil. This is what it is.
Receipts. I think that's supposed to be receipts. I don't know what that is.
Oh, that was weird.
I don't know. It's
That's a receipt. Well,
They need to reprint that receipt, man. It's pretty bad. Yeah.
You need a refund. So
yeah. Hey, I'm gonna hop. I gotta get up in the morning. But Tony, appreciate you. Appreciate the panel. Respect to everybody, and shout out to all the guests that were on. I appreciate it.
Primal, thanks for coming on.
Hey,
man.
cheers, Primal.
Likewise,
Avoid those
man.
knees, man.
Everybody watching
Primal and
Buddy's channel. For sure.
Yeah, don't touch knees. Whatever you do, don't touch knees.
that's
Everybody.
right. No knee touching,
clutch,
man.
Ever.
Every time a man touches the knees of another man, Jesus pushes back his return.
On that note, I'll catch y'all later.
Well, I heard a rumor that it's not gay if your balls don't touch. Is that true?
Depends on the size of your balls, Scott Steele. So,
Oh, geez, this is
man.
hilarious.
Where's MD we needed? We was talking about what's his name? Sterling.
Gotta be
Cooper.
careful.
I'm going to wrap it up, fellas. So if you guys want to
All
hang,
right.
we're going to go backstage. Why don't you hang?
Yep.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Always great.
Let's
I'm a roll.
let's rock it on out of here. I appreciate everybody in the chat tonight, everybody that came to spend 4 hours and 22 minutes with us. Good times for sure. And I will be back next Thursday. Definitely, probably not this Saturday. I know, I believe Smash TV is going to broadcast on Saturday. It's possible I might be on Sunday with Caduceus, but we'll see. But I'm going to just, I want to rock you out here real quick. And let me look for it. I got so much shit on here. Cheers, everybody. Appreciate all of you. Much love, honor.
Awesome.
The white, the black, the yellow, and brown. Walk right in, lay your money down, and fuck the night away.